What's going on, Fortnite fam? We are back for more action here in NA East from the Fortnite Champion Series. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us, we got Sundown and we got Monster D-Face. We're going to be our analysts for all of NA East. Guys, we saw some incredible games in EU. Are you amped for NA East?
I'm so excited for NA East. Had the opportunity to cast EU with Clay and get a chance to watch that action, but now on over across the pond, and we saw a ton of action in the semifinal. The pool of players is going to be absolutely ridiculous, and it's going to be great to be down.
And if it's anything like last week, Zeke, we know we're going to have a tight competition at NA East. They stepped it up for sure.
Ooh. I can't wait, friends. I can't wait. Now, of course, we're getting ready to hop into all the action. The battle bus is being prepared for us. We got some casters, but first, let's talk about the show. Starting with the tournament format itself and what you guys can expect and what we will be diving into. Now, keep in mind, the last 2 weeks of competition have been self-contained games. So we have started with round 1 that is open to champion and above. Come out of there, we have the top 3,000 players move on to round number 2. And now we ourselves are tuning into round number 3, where the top 100 players will advance, where the top 50 players advance to next Friday's heats. Now, of course, the big thing to remember here is that players will have potentially played 14 matches before getting to this point and now have to play another 6 in hopes of qualifying in the top 50 spots. Now, there will also be 200 players that are joining us through series points, and those will be accrued kind of on the back end, and we'll touch base with that a little later on. We'll take a look here at the heat breakdown and the grand finals breakdown. I mean, Sundown, these games themselves have already been absolutely wonderful and incredible. But the heats, though, this is on another level.
The heats are another level for EU and NA. The top 50 players, the top 50 players from each one of these qualifiers will advance through. They get funneled into the heats. There's 4 heats, 100 players per heat. Top 25 from each one of those 4s advance to the grand finals, where we'll see another 6 matches, and in the end, one FNCS solo champion will be crowned per region.
Ooh, the excitement is so real. Now, of course, you're probably asking yourself, well, how are these players racking up the points? Don't worry, we got you guys covered. The point format itself, very similar to something that you have seen in the past, and if you've been keeping up with all the action, you've been with us, you're very familiar with it. But for those of you that might be new, check this out. Victory Royale worth 14 points, plain and simple. Placing anywhere between up to top 75 will get you at least 1 point, but you want to try and place top at least 10, because that's when you'll start to get those big chunk of points, and then top 5 and up being the incremental point differentials. Now, of course, every elimination is worth a point, but now it is capped at 20 eliminations. So if someone gets 25 eliminations, they're only walking away with 20 points total. So a maximum of 34 points can come out of a single game. And don't forget, there is, of course, prizing up on the line for all of these players. Everyone who does participate, all 100 players who have made it to round number 3, will, of course, walk away with something for their time. A little bit of cash, you know, $5,000 isn't anything to scoff at, huh, Monster?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry, 3,000. This is NA East.
Right. But hey, it's still big money. We're talking money for playing not even at the grand final stage. Like, they're just working their way to heats, and this is what Fortnite does, what Epic does. They take good care of the community, but we saw that this is also a big thing to play for, right? Everyone wants that first place. The regions have been showing that as well.
That's right, man. It's so cool to see everyone getting a little bit of that pie for making it this far. And of course, you know, don't forget, top 50 is really where you want to try and land. Here's an overall breakdown of the prize pool. Earlier on in the day, we did see Europe, and they had a $50,000 prize pool total. Here in NA East, $31,250, and the other regions are there on your screen. Now, don't forget, we're back tomorrow, same time, same place. So if you missed EU today, don't worry, you'll have a second shot tomorrow. With that being said, the next thing I actually want to talk about, there's 2 big kind of like announcements that I did want to touch on. The first one is actually something that revolves around Party Royale. If you've hopped in, you've been keeping up, you're already aware of this, or even if you tuned in earlier, you heard my announcement then, get ready for it again. It is all about Shark Week. It is an absolutely incredible time to be playing Fortnite, an incredible time to be hopping into Party Royale, because this week, on August 10th, in Party Royale, will be an exclusive world premiere episode of the Tiger King Shark. It drops 2 p.m. Eastern and will run at the top of every hour for 24 hours. So definitely hop in, give it a watch, and you know what? Next time a shark jumps into your box, you'll probably understand why. Because sharks are crazy. They're absolutely crazy. They're animals and monsters. And obviously, for more info, don't forget to check out the blog on Fortnite.com. I'm going to be hopping to that, Monster. I'm a big fan of Shark Week. I can't miss out on that at all. Now, there is the second thing that I did want to talk about is, of course, Joyride has hit the game. And though a lot of players can cruise on around in vehicles, we will not be seeing the vehicles in competitive play. So just keep your mind on that. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Sundown here this way for a little bit of an announcement.
Yeah, so bringing it back on the competitive side of things, wanted to talk a little bit about what we had going on in terms of an official Discord server. We're working with some top competitive players across all of the regions, not only identify immediate tournament issues come, also competitive impacting bugs, reporting cheaters, teamers, looking into some of that.
You're good. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Sundown. We do appreciate that. And for, of course, all of you guys, don't worry. Having a few technical errors on our side, but we're going to get it all sorted. We'll get our casters and analysts back up on the desk. For now, you're hanging out with your boy, Zeke. Earlier on in the day, Europe provided some absolutely fire games. Some of the highest quality that we've seen. And potentially some of the closest games that we've seen to date. Battling it out was Squeezy and Toos. And going into the final game, Squeezy had a 2-point lead, where then Toos pulled it together, got himself the 3 points, and pushed on up. And of course, we're moving on here to NA East. And here are some of the names that have already come through, and there will be the names we're watching in the 100. We've got Vanish, DeRoller, Stretch, over from Liquid. You know, a lot of these players, and even some that you're familiar with, may not have even qualified to this point because it's been a pretty steep competition. A lot of these players have truly faced off in the gauntlet and now are joining us here for the next set of games. Graska, another person, Acorn has popped off in such major ways as well. So what we have to keep in mind is the biggest takeaway is a lot of these players are probably in the prime right now because they've already queued up for a potential total of 14 matches. And now they're moving on to these set lobbies where the same 100 players will battle out for 6 matches. So they have to come back, they have to kind of reassess and decide, like, okay, I've been kind of doing these things up to this point. Well, now there's going to be a meta within the meta and this competition specifically. So definitely the competition will take a big step up. Booga, your world champion there, has qualified. Reverse 2K, an old homie, of course. And Zexro there on screen. Now I'm going to see if my boys are here. Sundown, are you there with me? Turns out he is not. But you know who might be here in just a moment is actually our boy Bala TW, who will be hanging out with us as we take a look at more of the qualified players here in NA East. Oh,
yeah, man.
Paul, is that you?
Yeah, I'm here. We're back. I'm in for the guys who are running a little difficulties. We're trying to get them back as fast as possible. But Zeke, I'm here for backup. There are so many good players who qualified for this round 3, but things are slightly different. I'm looking at this list right here. Assault, AJ, Cease. Some of these guys have already pretty much made it, and they have a little bit less pressure, but others have all the pressure on them. And also, I want to point out some people who are triple qualified, the people who've made it 3 times to round 3. That's players like Clicks and others too, all the way through on this list, Zeke.
That's right, man. And like, it's kind of like a tall ask if you kind of think about it, right? 14 matches, you're like, man, you put these players through this, and now they're coming in even hotter. And the thing is, like, this is kind of like a great snapshot of what we can view heading into heats next weekend, because those will also be set lobbies, but that's also the very tippity top, the best of the best facing off. And we've seen some of that, right? Like, even in EU, the games, when they are turned on up to 11, they bring so much heat.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, we saw last weekend some crazy games. We saw this weekend so far with EU, a 1-point gap between the top two, and I expect that NA East is going to be just as close with the way that these guys are going to have to play. But continuing down this list, Zeke, Hogman is here, Calc is here. I already saw Zexro and Macwood on the list too, so that entire trio has made it through in the solo round 3. Gabe as well, one of the triple qualified players. Aspect too, who's coming back and rising himself back to former prominence for Aspect.
You got Dubs, right? Just to name another one. I mean, there's so much talent here in NA East. It's very much a who's who of talented players, right? Like, you can literally point to any single player and be like, yeah, I know who that person is. They've done some incredible things. They've won this tournament. They placed this well. They did well in trios or you know, it's just chock full of talent. My biggest takeaway will be the new faces that we're seeing. Maybe players that didn't necessarily qualify last weekend that have this weekend to get that last chance.
Yeah, and one of those guys is actually Furious, our FNCS Invitational solo champion in NA East, and he's here in round 3 for the first time, and he did really well in the semifinals, back to the old style that we saw him in the Invitational. For him, this is possibly the last chance to qualify for seasonal finals.
That's right. They've got tomorrow and as well the series points to hopefully bring things together. But with that, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the games that happened from round number 2, the qualified players. You know, a lot of these guys did have to put up big if they did hope to make it through that 100 till round 3.
Yeah, and this is just a recap of some of the stuff that we saw in the semifinals. Slacks showed up huge, and we'll take a look at a couple of the Victory Royale moments for all of these guys. But look at the ramps that he has in the final 1v1 to block out the last player. And of course, with Kit Shockwave Launcher, which we're seeing become even more prominent in the winning moments for everybody in the zone. He's already knocked him out. That's Marzo W who goes down, but still, so many other players too. Our last weekend, day 2 champion Stretch, and also the DreamHack July champion for NA East, also grabbed a number of Victory Royales. He was up there in the top 15 in the semifinals too, Zeke.
Yeah, let's not forget, last week, him and Booga faced off, right? Stretch was the one that came ahead by 3 points. And this has kind of been the big question, has one carried the other, which one is better, et cetera, et cetera. And that last week was Stretch's week, and now he might be back to try and show us again.
And you know what I loved about these semifinals games right here is it's literally a preview of what's to come. This was one of the craziest clutches I have ever seen from Acorn. We're skipping way ahead, but from the start, he was shambles. Taking out Hero, the last player before the 1v1 situation, and it was low HP all the way. You saw the crash pad to get back in the zone with literally 1 tick left, and then he dips back in. The confidence to go for that, and then the aim to finish up with the charge shotgun fire, and then the AR swap too. He's going to be contesting against Stretch, who we just saw have a 1v1 in the replay prior to that.
Bro, I'm telling you, these games, I can already tell just by watching some of these replays and these key moments, it's like, you can already tell these players know what's on the line. For those who are looking to qualify, they're like, this is it. Now is my do or die. And for those that have, there's so much confidence, like you're saying, behind every little thing they're doing. Riverson here up on the high ground, 3 players left. And I mean, he's got Kit's launcher, and we've seen that weapon, that mythic weapon specifically, do so much work in the end game.
Yeah, and Riverson is one of these players that, I mean, we all know him from the days that he played on West, but he's moved east, and since then has flown a little bit under the radar, but he has been performing out of his mind and starting to hit a consistency, starting to hit a stride that I think we might see him be one of the players contesting towards the top at the end of the 6 games today.
That's right, and as long as they're placing top 50, right, they're going to feel good because they're going to be able to move on to heats. Now, for some of these guys, they're looking for that number 1 spot. They want to walk away and say, look, in the second week, I was number 1. Someone like Benji fishing in EU, right? It's like, to pull out, Reason was day number 1, Benji was day number 2, so you can walk away and be like, okay, so not only did you play all day, but you came out as number 1, I don't know that I can go to that landing spot that I wanted to contest you at, or now I know if I run into you, I have to be super careful because you are a threat to me now.
And we saw turmoil in EU. We saw turmoil even a little bit last week in NA East in week 2 in terms of drop spots, these early plays. And there's going to be more of that too because Booga and everybody else are so key to try to hold on to their seasonal final spots.
That's right. Welcome back, Sundown. Sorry about that again, everyone. Just some technical difficulties. We've got the boys back in the house. We're gearing up to hop out of Battle Bus to get into the first game of the day. Be there in just a moment, so stay tuned. Sundown, I mean, these games are turning, I hope, especially you guys, you and Monster, who kind of pulled these clips together, it looks like a lot of these people are ready to play.
They've been ready to play. As we talked about before, this format kind of gets you ready to go, and if you're able to carry the momentum over from the first 2 rounds into the finals, that ends up being a really easy way to tell kind of who's going to end up having a good day and who's not.
Man, that's momentum is the key word there, right? Speaking of momentum, it's time to get going. We're going to get ready to send it over to our casters, get us into the first game of NA East, Aussie Antics, and Shy Wager. Take it away, gents.
All right, game number 1, NA East. It's time to do it again, and there's so many things on the line. My name is Shy Wager. This is Aussie Antics, and we're going to be holding down the fort for you guys today.
Oh, we're going to be holding it down indeed. I'm so ready to get into these games.
Yeah, and like I'm noticing. Okay,
yeah.
Right, let's go for it. We're going straight into games. Game number 1 is starting. The battle bus is ready. These guys have already landed down. Probably they're fighting out. Now, one thing that was said is that a lot of these guys have qualified, but I've noticed something else though, Aussie.
What have you been noticing, Shy? Hit us with it.
I've been noticing that a lot of these guys who are playing today have been on teams together before. So I'm looking at Mac, Zex, and Calc. Macwood and Hogman, too, who do it at one point. I'm looking at Booga, Stretch, Clarity, G. Although some of these guys have already qualified for heats, respect and beef is on the line. Casker, Posick, so many players who are used to playing with each other are now going to be set head-to-head, and I can't wait to see how that plays out in Game 1 of NA East.
Yeah, sometimes it's friendly rivalries, sometimes it's just rivalries. We talked about earlier, Zeke mentioned it, who carried who in duos, right? There's always these kind of conversations around those big names, and no one wants to be known as the one who was like the weight of their team. So yeah, there's big teams trying to show up. Last week, Stretch came out on top of Booger. Can Booger do it here today? You just don't know. And some of these players have already qualified out of their teams. Some haven't. So they've got more to prove than their counterparts as well. And coming into these games, they talked about, it's all about momentum, but it's also a lot about pressure. This is your second last chance to qualify. If they haven't already got their spot, they're feeling the pressure more than their friends.
Yeah, you're talking about momentum, pressure. I just think about holding your drop spot down with those 2 words, because that's where it all kind of starts, right? With 2 hours as well, just to play, and then maybe a 30-minute break before round 3. You don't get to do too much research, and it's that much more intense when you're thinking about where you want to drop.
Yeah, and the same thing as well. Those couple of games are really going to decide how it goes. If a player's thinking, hey, like, you know, Stretch is looking good, but maybe I'm going to drop on him and see how we go. Misty's a big POI, and then he cleans you out in game 1. Maybe you change your plan, and that's going to have a big impact on him for the rest of the tournament as well. You really do have to kind of condition those drops. But again, some of these players have qualified already into heats, and they're looking to hold down their drop spot going into heats as well. We've seen some really, really big players have some unfortunate situations in these set lobbies when they go into their heats, and they're just over-contested, and they have to make last-minute plans. But I'm looking at players like Booger, who have been changing up their drop spot quite a lot, who have that versatility. They have a backup plan if all things go wrong. But I know, like you said, some of these players haven't had time to figure out their backup plan yet.
Yeah, I mean, they literally still have questions in their mind, but you have to find answers now. Today's all about making a statement, and game 1 is where you can make the biggest one. That's where people start to get confused, maybe switch their drop spots. So already 10 people down, Aussie. I'm curious to see how far these early fights will go.
Yeah, 10 people down already. Wouldn't expect that one as Glace. Obviously, here's a player over here taking on some Marauders. Massive audio cues there. Marauders obviously giving you quite a bit of loot if you can lock them down. But just like that, Edgy, a player you would not expect to get caught out like that as well. Edgy already out of here. One of the most consistent NA players you're ever going to watch. But those Marauders, they're loud. When they find you, they're loud. But also, you've got to be loud to take them out. And Glace, here's that. Comes over from Orchard. And he has now got all of Orchard and a whole pack of Marauder loot. He is looking phenomenal into game 1.
Yeah, and these are set lobbies, so Edgy has a ton of time to think about how that happened, what to do next. I hope that doesn't fully affect his mental. We're tuning in with Cuddle Bear Gamer 1, who I'm pretty sure is Innocence, and he's on his own fight all the way over in the water.
Yeah, it is. Cuddle Bear Gamer looking to try and not be so cuddly here in this first fight as the boat comes in. Maybe one of those rotates that will change up in future. These players probably didn't know they were going to run into each other out here, but Innocent's happy to run into this fight with the SMG out. Does some serious damage. Just notice, wasn't even carrying a shotgun. I'm guessing based on this loot path and this drop, maybe just doesn't actually have the ability to get a shotgun on this rotation, but proves he doesn't need it here, but he's not looking the greatest on loot for it.
I mean, it's so early in the game. First zone barely just showed up, and people are starting to just see where to go. That being said, Innocence is ahead of the game. He's there with the beams. He's down for the count and looking to just deal that damage.
Dealt some serious damage. We tune back in over a Trick, someone I haven't seen too much. Don't know, maybe first time in the qualifiers. Didn't notice him too much last weekend. Got 2 Peppers in the inventory. Had a lot of discussion around the mobility in the game right now. Who's carrying Peppers? Who's carrying Crash Pads? I think just from watching some of those players that really are dominating in these stack lobbies, like Stretch, like Arkram, who are just putting the Crash Pads to ultimate use. But the Peppers still have their own rights as well, especially for mid-game disengagements. As Trick looking to pull out a trick here and be a little bit sneaky, not opening up this chest, so Jelty might come in here into this little trap, hear the chest and want to get it, and Trick is waiting right on top of it.
Oh, this audio cue is so unfortunate for Jelty if he does come by, but he's avoided the house. He's moving on. I'm pretty sure we've always seen this house be a type of trap. No, there's someone else actually who's coming in. Doesn't have to be Jelty. Oh. I think Trick is going to drop down. Big charge shot, but he misses in the box. It's another spray that just lands, though.
Yeah, interesting. Like, I remember me and Sundown were talking about this a couple of tournaments ago. It's just using those old school Battle Royale-esque strategies. With all the building in the game right now, it's a lot of kind of like brute force fights in Fortnite, but just kind of going for those old sneaky strategies, hiding on top of the chest, hiding around the corners, just getting those advantages. And they do. That's a really big elimination. And Trick now has so much loot, he can't even decide what he wants to do with it.
I mean, what I looked at before when we just tuned in with Trick, we were talking about Peppers versus Crash Pads. I feel like the more offensive players, aggressive players, they go for Crash Pads in their inventory. Trick having Peppers early, just a few shields and guns, might just want to stick to getting more shields, keeping those Peppers, and staying alive for late game.
Ninja on height. Now that's a bit of a throwback shot. This is what we're going to see. If Ninja on height can pull off a win on height, that would just be phenomenal to watch. Kind of coming around here. Good drop spot knowledge here to know he can crouch through that window to get a nice little angle around here. Steamy stacks. A PY we haven't actually seen too much drama around, to be honest, surprisingly. It's a great PY on the map, but the fight's breaking out and Ninja on height jumps in. He goes off the height. That was so close. He was on 4 health there in a single tick zone. He had 3 more seconds to close out, and he does, taking down Polarized, a big name in the finals today. And I'm not entirely sure who Ninja on height is.
I don't know either, but you were talking about classic Fortnite. That's one classic fight for drop ownership. Staying in the storm. I didn't even hear any SMGs, just classic shotgun trades. Good job by Ninja on height, and we'll see if he does take that high ground and win the game.
He's got that extra mobility out of Steamy as well, so the Storm fight there, not such a big deal. Got his Storm Surge tags now as well, so he can rotate a little bit late. We see some of those players going for those later rotates, sitting in zone a little bit, and it does work well, but if you come from an uncontested drop, you need to find your Storm Surge tags somewhere, as we have already lost 15, so maybe NAE's gearing up today, maybe not going to see too much of those Storm Surge issues, but if you're going to get Storm Surge in any game, it's usually in those first couple games when, like you said, Shy, people are trying to find their play style. They're usually playing a bit more passive, feeling out the games, feeling out who's around them, and not taking as many fights. So if we're going to see it at any point, we're probably going to see it in this game.
Yeah, you're talking about Storm Surge. Let me just quickly give you guys a rundown of it in the shortest way possible. Basically, you have to deal damage, and if you don't deal enough, you start taking damage. So Zexros is going to want to get closer to the middle of the map, base up like he is right now, and then just look for tags long range, get that damage dealt more so than all his enemies around him.
Yeah, he's got that burst R in hand too as well. That extra zoom that was added in the most recent season of Fortnite, it helps a lot for those long-range tags. This is usually a go-to choice for a lot of the comp players getting their tags as Day, looking to do the same here, and it does. It changes up the way these kind of stack lobbies play out, because you don't just take shots on enemies you might be able to eliminate. It's just getting damage for the sake of damage, but quite often it can get you kind of held on your rotations too. People are looking to aggressively take some damage on you, so if you're not in the right spot and you're not picking the right rotation, it's going to cause a lot of issues, as Day looking like he's picking a good rotation, as we get a pretty brutal zone for players. I'm imagining around that kind of caddy corners, misty areas. We get a really far northwest zone, which is quite a difficult zone for some of those players to make it through. They have to rotate all the way from their mythic and difficult POI up through authority, as Day's getting into a fight here.
Yeah, beams and bounces all around. I'm not sure what Day wants to do, which person he wants to beam first. There's his target. Nice quick shot off Posick, actually going down. Such an amazing player. Won't be able to see this end game. Now it's Drowsy and Seatplet, who are also just taking this fight, but I think Day now is the one conducting everything. He's going on the wall, box to box. Crash Pads might be able to save Krause up top, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Day is still chasing him down. I think he needs to calm down just a little bit before he gets a little bit too ahead of himself.
No, it looks like he wants to get ahead of himself. Like the launch pad came out and Day is still following here. He's chasing it down. Doesn't need this fight. He has that launch pad on the ground if he wanted to just box up on it. But no, Day thinking he wants to close out this fight. He did come through and he heard the Drowie was taking some damage. Day up against the wall now. I think we're going to have a classic charge shotgun versus tack. No, Drowie has the charge shotgun as well, so he can play that defensive game. He's dropping down, just trying to get what he can out of this fight. But Day is just giving him no breathing room. He is not letting him get out of this one, as I believe that's Drowie's second launch pad. That's 2 launch pads placed there just to get away from Day. That is not how Drowie wanted to play his mid game, as Day still not letting up. This is a stack lobby, Day. This is not a pub. You have to slow down here, but maybe this is the play here, getting some eliminations on the board early, as Blake now looking to see if he can capitalize on this, putting out more pressure on Drowie, and after all that, Day doesn't even get the elimination. Oh, he does. He gets that last shot as Blake, as pressure applied, is just enough to give Day the opening to finally lock it down.
I mean, just think about Day's playstyle, right? All the way until the last game for semifinals, the round just before this, he was in first place. After that, he got bumped down to fourth, but he's playing aggressive and it's working out today. The people who end up in the top 5 for semis and then play this round, they're under a lot more pressure. So Day is just sticking to his game. He's going to keep diving in boxes. I just hope it doesn't end up bad for him.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit as well. P-God, obviously, who came first, and I believe day one of the NA East qualifiers as well. He came into that with a quite aggressive semi-final, toned it back for finals, but he did. He still stuck to his gameplay. It's sometimes not just aggression, it's just confidence as well. And in these set lobbies, especially some of these players who, wow. Sizlucky, now that's an old classic name going down here. Sizlucky, a fan favorite, one to go down here. Oak is picking up that elimination. I was going to say, some of these players who maybe their first time in the finals, having those nerves, they can be easy eliminations. Those mistakes you wouldn't expect top tier players to make are normally going to happen in these first few games as they try and feel out the lobby.
Yeah, filling out the lobby and filling out the map too. On the bottom right, it's kind of blown up there. You can see exactly who's under more pressure on the south side and the east side of the zone. They all have to move in, but look at how much space is already taken from Okus's point of view. Yeah, he's got one elimination, but that doesn't actually make him have any more space. Pandoosh, TCAS up top. These guys are not really side by side, but they're claiming every possible beach, hill, shore, and grassy land that no one else can really tag to.
Yeah, and we saw how brutal water zones could be last season. This season, not so bad, because usually the water is now so shallow that you can build out of it, but it gives very clear sight lines. If you don't have some kind of rotation and you're just swimming through the zone, you have nothing to hide behind except for other players' builds. So this first game is a really, really difficult game for these players because they have to set up insanely well. If they pick the wrong island, if they try and go too far, nice headshot snipe. Ninja on height goes down. He does. He makes it out of Steamy. He doesn't get too far, though. This isn't that far from Steamy, but we've seen how deadly that headshot snipe can be. With only 2 bullets remaining, Shaw gets his second elimination of the game.
You were talking about players having to set up, Aussie. Right there, Ninja on height got completely set up going for a beam back in Storm. Just when you think you're safe, I think that's the most dangerous time you can kind of pick to try to go for beams next to the zone. That's a big snipe. That's really good there. And we'll see exactly what that ends up going on for in the late game.
Looks like Ninja on Heist out of here. We just got word from the back that it is Druck who came 75th in DreamHack Finals. So definitely a player we should be aware of here as well. See how he plays out the rest of his days as we see Flopperson with no floppers in the inventory, but 4 of those chug splashes and 2 crash pads. One thing I'm noticing from the people we've seen, Shire, that we're kind of jumping around today, they haven't had a lot of mobility. I'm not seeing a lot of mobility on this map as Roller Pair goes down using what little mobility he probably had with that launch pad.
I know exactly why. That's what the 3rd launch we've seen and maybe the 8th crash pad so far this game. Everyone's just trying to play so safe and disengaged that all the mobility is just basically leaving their inventories. Look at how tight it is on the mini map on the bottom right, Aussie. You basically have to use your big mobility if you want to get past these players.
Yeah, we're going to have to as well. That's what we saw that as well before. Day just chasing someone down, just running, using all the mobility they had. So maybe that's why some of it's going down as Flopperson looking to try and make his rotate on foot and not have to use those crash pads. We've seen how good they can for those late game refreshes. As one of the main issues right now that a lot of these comp Fortnite players are facing at the highest level is the amount of metal availability on the map. It's hard to get it right now and they need their refreshes endgame.
And while we're looking at Rokane right now, him and Gabe are the 2 people that basically had to play or got to play in every single finals and finish in the top 50 in at least the first 2. So this is really good. I want to see exactly how Rokane gets to be in these positions every single week, every single day, and what he does uniquely from early, mid to late game.
It's an incredible consistency. You got to think some of these guys have been playing Fortnite at the highest level for up to 7-8 hours by this point already, and he's doing that 2 days on the weekend and still placing this consistently as Rokane's putting out some pressure now. He needs something though. The Rokane, the consistency might go out the window here because he only has 28 bullets left in that medium ammo for the AR, and he has no spare shields, so he's going to need something pretty soon.
One big thing with all these players that have qualified, we kind of saw it with that little package right before game 1. A lot of them are used to wins, used to safety. Flight completely out of there. He's being taken off by Miro. They're just used to playing box-to-box, Aussie, and that's just not possible. You can see it. When you become and try to feel kind of safe, that's when things look the worst for you. You just get immediately taken out.
Yeah, Mira is someone that last week when I was watching with Monster, who he has a good relationship with. He is a very aggressive player, and I was incredibly impressed. But he had those big games, those big pop-off games, or he had those kind of like drop-offs where he just got taken out a little bit too early. These are some of the best players in the world, trying to take those box fights that would normally be such like an advantage for them, and they're so comfortable with. They're versing good players. We see someone getting hit by the Shark, and Shark Week's coming up, showing us we might have to tune into Party Royale to see why these Sharks are being so aggressive for these players. Takes him down as NorCal Kamari gets an elimination, but again, has the mobility, but doesn't have the meds right now.
I don't think it even matters how much mobility you have. Just look at the amount of players that probably also have crash pads. Yeah, you'll be able to get in the zone, but are you going to be in someone's box? Are you going to land on grass cut by accident and get one charged? Who knows? So you have to be very careful, even if you do have the movement.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot with those crash pads. Quite often they just go astray as Rokane gets taken out. There it is, just a one tap from Presto, takes down Rokane. The consistency is going out the window, but still got 5 games to make it count. With how good he's been playing, I would not be surprised if he just maybe had a bit of a misplay here with his rotation, maybe change something up, and he's going to go back to his old play style. But this is a difficult zone to start with, as Presto now setting up in this cone, is looking for the damage going around him. Here's someone get the shield crack, needs to try and find them if he wants to, knows the players beneath him, has the floor, but I don't believe he has control of that one, as it is Flopperson who made that rotate earlier. And yeah, this is getting pretty dense, Sho.
I don't know what's going on. This might be one of the most interesting mid-games I've seen, where no one's really pushing box to box. Yeah, they're basing up, but it's just like what Booga's doing. Big tags from long range, Smuggy going down, and it's just like you're not really getting all the refreshes, because it's right there. Someone's right there next to the box. They'll be able to get in there, get all the mats that you work so hard for, and now you're using mobility. You're low on mats. You're Booga in this situation. You're actually at a net negative overall for your loadout.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't get anything from it. He got the siphon, but that's about all he has to claim from that one. And yeah, like you said, it's you get the eliminations, but you have to get the refreshes off it. It's why I'm seeing a lot of the players that are doing so consistently. Is Booga just has to pick up the scraps. He gets a bit of mats, but again, what he's really looking for is those extra meds to carry. Just so if he gets tagged up endgame, he's going to struggle. But I was saying a lot of those players we're seeing play so consistently, Benji, Fishy, Stretch, Arkrim, they're changing up their play style in this current meta to try and go for those refreshes really close to him in endgame, rather than maybe going for those beams out of the sky. Because yeah, it gets you a bit of points, but in such a high consistency placement format, and what I'm talking about obviously is how many points you get for placement versus eliminations, it is worth getting the eliminations only really if you get the refreshes. 1 point's nice, but really it's the materials. As Illest goes down to Pandush though.
Yeah, you can feel that type of placement format just being played right now too. Yeah, it's not a moving zone, but this is the effect of just playing for that end game, staying in your boxes. Every POV we're seeing is basically a window shot, timed perfectly, gaining eliminations. Pandush did it. We saw Booga do it too. Flopperson tried to, and now he's also moving out very early. I'm just very curious to see how these guys will rotate right after this. That's another one. Onto Jared's. Pandush is looking really good right now.
Well, so far it looks like the Fortnite gods being a little bit favorable though, where I see those two dense kind of like amounts of players. Not only did a lot of them down here in this southern zone get the half-half, also there's 2 airdrops. That means there's going to be a guaranteed community launch pad for all those players, which they're all going to know that as well. They're looking around each other to think who's going to place it as Stretch goes down in the feed. Obviously our winner from last qualifying day 2 has gone down here. So this lobby, this round is really making a lot of these top players struggle.
The Fortnite gods might be next to Bandush's box too. Not only did he get 2 eliminations, he gets a care package, an airdrop basically right beside him to take for a free launch pad. Here is a huge bunch of boxes though. Clarity, we got Zextra, we got Day up top too. These guys are basically in the top 5 from semifinals, and they're going to be rotating right beside each other.
Yeah, it looks like Clary's going to be setting up for that crash pad as well. He's going to try and maybe kind of link a few of them together, obviously based on momentum. If you can get a few crash pads going in a row, it's quite favorable for you. There's one. Let's see if he hits the second one as well. He does, and we'll see how far he goes. Look at that. Makes it almost, he does. He makes an almost complete opposite half-half. But as you said it earlier, Show, quite often when you make these rotates, you end up in the box of an enemy, or they end up in your box, and Clarity reacts quicker, takes down Crispy, and he gets a good rotate with a nice little refresh now.
That is the perfect thing for Clarity, though. It's usually trouble for a lot of other players, but if you put this man in someone else's box or even put someone else in his, he will always win every single time. I don't know if I've ever seen Clarity even choke a clutch, but he's so good in these stressful moments, and you just saw it right there.
Yeah, it's that tack as well. He's got that tack, so you can kind of have that quicker fire rate to really follow up. If you're running in with that charged shotgun, you got to hit your shot right now. And quite often, when you end up in someone's box like that and it's panicked and you don't really know what's going on around you, the charge can be so unforgiving. As Clarity now just kind of working on taking some of these builds and boxes around him, making sure he has a little safety net, because there's going to be a lot of people moving soon. He wants to make sure no one else moves through his box now, so he can just get those placements. As we see, Fishy, someone who's been performing very, very well recently, who I don't think has qualified yet. I'm not entirely sure, but he's got a nice little box there near Clarity. I'm seeing Mars as well in this one. Glace, who's looking great. Day, Miro, some of those aggressive players we saw from earlier. So looking like on this edge near Whofish, he needs to be careful. I'm looking at Miro a Day to try and go a bit aggressive here on the start of this rotate.
Yeah, this rotate might be one of the hardest when it comes to solos because it's very, very mat dependent. Yes, it's not all the way over water, but there's a bunch of players that need to go all the way right past it, back over onto land, and then after that claim their own layers. Reverse is way ahead of it though, so he'll get to make all the decisions first. He's above Surge 2, which is also ticking. 13 people need to go down for that Surge to end. Reverse though is looking really, really good in this position.
Yeah, 36 build. Reverse is one of those players, obviously qualified for World Cup, an insane solo play, incredibly smart, and I find that he is one of the best shambles players I've seen. And when I say shambles, I'm looking at loadouts like this. No spare shield, only bandages for meds, and only 34 builds. He can usually make this work. He is phenomenal in these low ground positions, and just like that, you see it. He picks up a refresh on Ace, and it's the caddy launcher. Not only did he just pick up a refresh with what little he had, he picked up a refresh on the most stacked player in this lobby.
Stacked, but Reverse still isn't. Just 4 more shockwave launcher uses left. Booga is on the back wall, 2 in his box. Sure, get out of there. It's time to go all the way back to land. Booga has 18 shields now, enough to pop a little bit more, a lot of mobility. He just needs to situate himself really fast, heal all the way up, and I feel like he's looking at a really good game ahead of him.
Yeah, he's got that launch pad. He's also got the 4 crash pads. So he's got as much rotation as he could need right now with that 1 flopper, which is, if you take a couple of those storm ticks, is so much more forgiving as he makes the rotate across. But what is not forgiving is going to the sky with players in the lobby that have aim like that. Booga almost gets taken out, but he has his little breathing room to get his material, to get his meds off now. Still got some material in the back pocket. Booga is looking really, really good in this lobby, Shio.
Yeah, he's got his secret weapon, and that's materials. 82 of them to boot too, and we're just hitting the 7th zone. If he gets to just basically have his own lair, no! He went to the skies, you can't build there, and Booga gets taken out.
That's some incredible aim right now. That is the issue right now. Hits a short pad as well. Even sets it up to minimize how long he was in the sky for, but it's not enough. We're seeing a few players here on low ground, and this zone is going straight across this very flat terrain now. So that low ground is not such a bad spot to be, as we see Aspect, who's trying to go for the high ground, someone who's qualified for every single one of these finals. So he's looking to stamp his mark on it. Maybe get a top 5 place here as Casca goes down. And that mid layer right now is insanely congested. Reverse is still in this one. Remember, he does have the caddy launcher in the back pocket. One of the most powerful weapons here, with only 2 rockets holding the angles with Kid's mythic shotgun. I talked about power weapons. That mythic shotgun can hit so very hard on this low ground, and he finally gets some minis. He might actually get above 100 health here, and he does. Only 14 builds for Shy. He's got to make something big happen soon.
He was a ticking time bomb on low ground. It was only a matter of time before he wants to go for height. He got 8 more rockets from that elimination too, so now he's pushing all the way for the top. I think it's Turkas up there who's now on the defensive side. Only crash pads can save him. Reverse is in control though of the lobby. 2 eliminations. He is out of mats, so the next decision he makes is the most crucial one.
We see Dubs on low ground right now, so we've got 2 solo World Cup qualifiers still in this lobby. Dubs trying to make his way through. He's got 26 builds left, 2 eliminations, got the crash pads, but Reverse he's at the tippity top on his throne, but he has no build, so can he hold it? Is someone going to dethrone him, or can he stay up there? Dubs still pushing through on these lower ground layers. We see Pando still in this one as well. Turkus is down there. Fishy on the low ground near Furious. That is an aggressive fight as Reverse goes for it, using the shockwave to stay off these builds to make sure no one edits him in. He's got to try and make it happen. He does. Can he jump up? Can he get this shotgun shot? No, the player is staying beneath the build, and he just can't get in. Takes the heavy shot back for it, trying to make his way through. He's dropping down. This is it. This is do or die now. Reverse goes through, gets the elimination. He is just dropping down through layers. Dubs is down there though. They're going to run into each other soon. Don't know if he can hold on to it, Shio.
Reverse has been jumping around this whole time while there's a 4-way box fight going on low ground. Still going up again. Turkus has dropped down. Dubs is just flowing into the storm. He's trying to survive. 18 HP. Hoofishy and Furious are still battling it down on low ground. Dubs has a chance for a big charge. Only 1 mat left. Is he going to go for a nice quick hit? 1 more edit. He cannot find it. Reverse gets Furious all the way from height. Dubs literally is just hanging on by a thread. A 1v1v1 scenario. There's a big hit. Turkus goes down. Now it's Dubs versus who I can only assume is Reverse 2K. No more shockwave launcher left, just position. And oh my god, Reverse with a huge reversal from low ground. What a shot on the Dubs for the win.
Reverse picks it up, he brings it home as well. We see two World Cup players going head-to-head. The old Vanguard, they still prove that they have what it takes to go up against all these other insanely stacked players. There was so much going on there, Shio. I think we're going to have to throw it to the analyst desk to see exactly how Reverse pulled that off, just bouncing around with the Shockwave launcher.
Guys, there was a lot of action happening there. So much of Kit's amazing new mythic weapon just completely caused so much chaos. Mad respect, though, because Reverse used it, like, typically you would use it to try and launch other players into the storm. Reverse, though, was like, look, I have no materials, and I'm going to just use this to stay away from people until I have to fight them. That was really well executed, Sundown.
He did a great job using what he had in his utility and his inventory. The lack of builds kind of towards the end, he wanted to get on the edge of the fights, but wasn't necessarily sure how to navigate it. So putting the Shockwave launcher to good use and hitting shots when he needed to.
There you go. There you go. You like to see it. I mean, Monster, that was pretty well executed. I feel like that the dubs there could have gone either way, but in the end, Reverse 2K does hold the Victory Royale. Now, of course, these are players they've qualified. They're here for a reason, right?
Yeah, these are players that have been consistent all the way through, dubs included, and that's why he's going to be a part of this whole package here. But it's Mira who we want to highlight. Players that have qualified multiple time and time again. Remember, we're at the third trial for bringing players into the heats, trying to break into that top 50, and of course, their series points. But players like Miro have shined in the open days and haven't quite found their stride as we got closer and closer to heat days and grand finals.
Yeah, so far we've only seen 6 players qualify for all 3 of the round 3s. That's Liquid Gabe, Pure, Day, NRGs, Clicks, Sentinels, Aspect, Miro, and then C and Roque. Day has honestly been probably the most surprising out of that group in terms of his aggressive playstyle and picking up key eliminations and continually putting himself in a good spot to contest for the top. You can see some good pressure in the box fight here against Drowsy, and he's able to hunt these down and turn them into eliminations in points over and over again. And honestly, so far, in terms of players who have impressed me the most over the course of the solo competitions, Day has got to be up there.
Yeah, Day is absolutely up there, and you can see the aggression coming in. So this is how you get to those open call days, right? You got to be confident to fight. You got to be confident to push through boxes. And that's what he's doing without crash pads, right? We're talking just pure box fight mechanics, pure aggression all the way through. Here's that little highlight onto Gabe, like we said. Players that are consistent and pitching away, or honestly chipping away at the top. And it's these little frags like this that are going to grant you those steal away points that you need. But one of the mans of the hour is not only Reverse 2K, but also FaZe Dubs. Here's the early game look at how he's dropping in the Fortilla, just taking control, right? He hasn't switched his drop spot at all, Sundown. He's been playing every single time for Ocean's Loot, and he's been finding success.
And I think Ocean's Loot is a key part of Dubs' strategy, particularly because he's a player who enjoys trading so much. He likes getting box to box. He takes those fights. You remember it from the World Cup days, him throwing the tomatoes at walls, signaling, hey, I'm friendly, and then just pushing and going absolutely for broke. And you can see him doing the same strategy. Now, one thing I want to note during this run, check right here. 2 eliminations, single-digit builds, only 7 builds going through, but what he's able to do better than any other player are these quick reaction shots and turn high-impact eliminations into more than one. He chains them together so well, picking up the player there in the storm, using the siphon to stay in, and then a well-executed drop down here to give himself the second place, picking up Turkas, but unfortunately going down to the veteran Reverse 2K, both the solo World Cup qualifiers as we were called out, but Reverse catching the better of him there with that shot.
We had to run that one back from the other perspectives just so you could see Reverse 2K popping off, and 6 Elans is nothing to scoff at. Reverse is off to a crazy start this time around.
Guys, I was going to say, having both perspectives of that was so cool, because while we got to watch Reverse hold on and understand, like, mechanically, I have to make it to the end if I want a chance to win. On the other end, you got to see Dubs just navigating, man, absolutely sick. Now, of course, guys, we got to see the standings. We got to understand where these players are after the end of that last game. Reverse 2K picking up the Victory Royale will mean he's holding that #1 spot with 20 total points and 6 eliminations. But Dubs, that second place there with the 5 eliminations, has put him into second place for right now.
And one thing in particular to note, compared to EU, we saw that the top player had 24 points after 2 matches. Now, Reverse getting out to a solid lead. The key thing, will he be able to push forward? You also see the 3-time qualifier Mira rounding out the top 10 there with 10 points. However, this is just the first game, and tons of things will be able to change. Furious, Turkas, Banishes, DeRoller, Pandouche, and Cuddle Bear Gamer 1 rounding it out. Also, Who Fishy has been playing really well across all of the FNCS and DreamHack recently, so shout out to him.
Yeah, I want to give him a definite shout out. He also pulled a dubski during the FNCS solo invitational too. So lately he's been on a tear. He hasn't been able to qualify though for this day 3. So he's finally here now, and he's playing exceptional today. Another player who's playing exceptional has been Acorn. He came in strong just for the round 2 of the qualifier. Now obviously we're in the round 3, but he's off to a pretty decent start. 1 elimination, high on the placement points. That's why he's got about 9 right now. So if he can continue to do what he's been doing throughout the day, I think we'll continue to see him push up to the top.
You can see there, 23rd Bugha, the world champion. Last week, we watched him take a 2nd place, and now he wants to come back and try and take the #1 spot. But again, more of these big names. Riverson there in 40th. Now, of course, guys, let's not forget, 21 points is that major cutoff for top 50. But right now, a lot of these players, man, it's still, like, we still have 5 games to go. And you can tell for a lot of these guys, they're ready to go. They're ready to put their best foot forward. I mean, what do they need to do to just try and lock up that top 50th spot?
You need to avoid getting caught out off your initial drop, and if there is somebody there, either resolve the fight quickly in terms of a victory, or just create some kind of space for yourself and get into the late game. You have to be getting at least those first couple round of placement points. If you're not hitting top 50, I feel like in the first 2 games, it's really hard to get a rhythm because you're sitting there waiting for the next game to launch. You can't just queue back up and you have to wait, watch everyone else play, and it's so hard to really get yourself going.
Or you can like pull a Kuriyashi on EU and stay there and then throw Sweeze's chance at taking first place because he was popping off all the way through. So, you know, you also got to weigh in when you're doing that good. How do you avoid the guy that could potentially grief your game on a contested drop spot? Because it's not always, you know, going to be a free drop just is going to equal success. We saw Sweeze today and EU pull off contested drop spots, but then ultimately in the end, it bit him in the butt.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of contested, Fortilla, right? Dubs lands, and there's 5 other people there. What's he do? He grabs Ocean's loot and he dips, right? Like, that's exactly what you need to do, and that harkens over to Sundown's point. It's like, you know, you got to know when to just bail out, right? Like, you have to be playing for these end games, especially hitting top 5. We're talking a big handful of points that you could get from just hitting there. But Sundown, I believe we actually have something that you wanted to talk to us about.
Yes, apologies for that technical difficulties earlier, but we wanted to talk about some of the strides we've been taking to work with the competitive community and kind of progress our relationship forward, both in terms of immediate feedback and working to improve formats. Some of the things we've done in order to do this is create an official Discord server where we have about 10 to 15 players from every single region who have been positive influences both in-game and across social media, kind of providing feedback, helping identify when there are issues with tournaments, giving feedback both on formats and in-game item pools, and helping us test out and do performance tests on the servers, and identify different cheaters, teamers, and things of that sort. They've been incredibly helpful, and we want to continue to use this tool to help improve the relationship with the competitive community.
Beautiful. Thank you, Sundown, for that. Of course, guys, we're getting ready to hop into the next set of games. 5 games left here in just the first day of competition. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow, same time, same place. With that, let's get ready to jump out of the battle bus with our boys, Ozzy and Shy Wager. Take it away, boys.
And what a way, Zeke, it was to start game number 1. Now we have the names to keep track of. Reverse 2K, FaZe Dubs, Who Fishy. Where will they be in this game, game number 2 of NA East?
I think they're still going to be up there, though. The fact that Reverse, like I said, before he even hit that rotate, he is so good at playing those shambles games, and that's the most impressive part. It's a good skill to have as we're getting kind of a flyover of the map now. We didn't touch on it too much last game, but it's looking like a pretty even split show. Anything you are noticing in particular to point out? The only thing I can really see is the fact that there's a couple people fighting over maybe the Fort Crumpet, which I wouldn't expect, but other than that, it's looking pretty normal.
I'm just going to mention the fact that the first game that we saw was maybe unusual because Reverse got that shockwave launcher off of elimination all the way early on. Right now, Dubs is just trying to survive, but he gets taken out by rocks. So, Rickety Rig, a lot of contention there, and our second place player is not going to be in game 2.
Yeah, I think it's that conversation we're going to keep having, and I don't want to keep mentioning the same thing over and over again, but those mythic drops are just so hard to hold down and play consistent out of. I think C so far would be one of the most consistent players I've seen coming out of a mythic POI, as Dubs goes down now and doesn't get any of that ocean loot. That, obviously, Sundown and that we're talking about being so important, integral to his gameplay, so I doubt he's going to change his drop, but it's causing some issues as Clicks, now known for being the Pleasant Park king, obviously not changing his drops, only has to take out one person here to get the whole drop to himself, and this is looking pretty good for Clicks, though. This is a box fight. This is toe-to-toe. This is where Clicks reigns supreme as he gets those cones around, just making sure he has as many builds as possible, gets the player in the box, just got to come through and take this one. No, the player getting away a little bit, but there it is, Clicks coming through. His edits and his build placement is just so incredible. If I had qualified for this round and I was looking where to go, I don't think Pleasant Park would be first on my list, as Roller goes down and Clicks hitting him with a little bit of the emote. Again, we talked about, this is about conditioning your drop. This is round 2. He's like, hey man, I don't know why you're coming here. I want it for myself.
I mean, he started to drop at Pleasant Park, but then Clicks basically made it his creative box fight map, and that's basically done. You're in the wrong queue there. You don't want to fight against Clicks. You're absolutely right.
It's what he does best, what he practiced so much in that long competitive break that we had around over the New Year area. That is where Clicks just went to town. He was in creative. He was just practicing his mechanics back to back to back. We've seen recently, though, obviously Clicks being known as not having the greatest kind of competitive knowledge. Maybe his rotations being a little bit weaker, his game plan, and he's kind of gone under the wing of Bizzle, obviously one of the greatest minds in competitive Fortnite. And it's really showing here. Clicks is playing incredibly consistent and showing that he can alter his game strategy for these set lobbies.
I don't even think it's the brain that's the issue. It's just his temperament and his patience. Bizzle just gets to hold him back just enough for him to actually think about what to do next. But still, having Bizzle on your back, I believe he can make literally anyone have the best game sense possible. And you pair the mechanics of Clicks with, that combination, it's absolutely huge. Another player, though, that has good mechanics, a good brain to boot too, is Illust. He'll try to make quick work of this box fight. Voom is going to have to just try to just get away if possible, because less shields up against Illust, it's going to be very hard to win.
Yeah, and you say he's got the loadout to make a quick fight possible too. He had 12 crash pads. I have no idea where he's found those. And comes through with the low ground side jump, just takes down Voom with style, and he's still got 11 crash pads now. So I don't know. I was obviously talking to Reet the other day, and a phenomenally good player out of NA West, incredibly aggressive controller player, dropped 19 eliminations in his semi-final qualifier, and it was off the back of crash pads. If he gets a full set of crash pads, he pretty much just says, all right, this is my game. The Fortnite gods have blessed me. I'm going to W key everyone because I can just get in their box. And that's what we're seeing here with Illust. It's just such a big advantage to have when you have an item that can pretty much just guarantee no piece control needed straight in the box. And if you back your shotgun aim, you're going to win almost every fight.
But how far does that go, right? Because you're going to have to do that every game if that's your game plan. You're using a lot of mobility early, which you won't have late. And that's where I think these aggressive players trip up. Yes, Reet place is very high, but how consistent is that, right? Can this player too do that too? Because Furious is very used to that. He has 3 crash pads. Will he be able to do it too?
Yeah, very aggressive player as well. And he was also playing a lot. He played through the whole NA West DreamHack last night. So he was playing solos for almost 9-10 hours yesterday until the wee hours of the morning. I want to see, does he have the mental fortitude to run it back today? As he gets a nice little angle here, this player has no idea. And he does. He walks straight up into it and he goes down. We see XMB falling here to Furious. Furious doesn't even need to use the shotgun. AR out just takes him down. And looks like that Peely is going to have to go back on vacation for this next lobby and wait it out.
The Banana King has fallen. He had such a good run in the Invitational, looking so good, coming out of absolutely nowhere in every endgame and controlling height without really any of the necessary loot you need to survive up there. But now XMB's not going to be in this game. Furious has a nice win behind him to keep moving forward. Here are 2 players, though, who are also on the up-and-coming, Crispy and Bandit.
Crispy and Bandit looking to kind of set up here, but it looks like it's going a bit slow right now. I'm not sure where the fight is breaking out. More just kind of get that piece control around them if they can. Bandit has that blue tack. He's only got 10 bills though, so Bandit needs to make something here. I think we talked about earlier, Sundown talked about disengaging and knowing when to. I think at this point, he is too deep. He can't disengage. He has to take this fight, and he has to win it if he wants to kind of pick up some momentum here as he does. Crashback comes out, he goes in the box, but player dips out now. Now he's in their box, and like you said, Shai, this is where the consistency goes down because he's now in an enemy box with no builds as he launches him out in the area. Bandit only has 4 health right now and no builds, and yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Shai. 2 minutes later, we see it. Those crash pad plays can go against you just as easily as they can go for you. It's just pandemonium, and it's whoever can react quicker.
Yeah, when you have top players who are used to it and it's their playstyle, that's one thing. If you're back against the wall, no mats left, A lot of people call it W key. I just call it desperation because there's not an actual way that you're being aggressive. You're just trying to get whatever you can in a very hasty way, and that's where you make mistakes. This is the other side of the coin, though. These are players, TJ, on VSB, on the Bandit squad, actually, playing more passive, playing for position more, and actually defending against possible W keys, sticking to the sides of mountains, places that are easily third-partyable. No one wants to really push that really fast. As a result, though, staying on these mountains, he'll be able to be in a place where he can get as many beams as possible, stay above Storm Surge, and even like this, get some big tags down, and then turn on his own W key.
Yeah, he doesn't get in just quite right with the crash pad there. It kind of hits against the wall, and that's what can happen. It is quite difficult to use, though. Comes around the corner, and there it is, TJ just getting in front of that wall trick. Tried to put up the wall to slow down TJ, but there was no slowing him down. His positioning was perfect, and now he's got a full set of floppers. And I want to talk about floppers real quick, Shayo. They were so instrumental in the last Invitational solo FNCS, not happening so much here today, or even the last few qualifiers that we've seen.
I feel like floppers used to be that thing that got your beams basically that much more buffed, got your position that much more buffed, but now they have definitely changed. Not everyone plays for, what they are used for now, which I think is looking for more information. Everyone wants the beam. They're not that good at it, though, because the shockwave launcher can just throw you out. The glider gun can get right in front of you. Floppers now are good for, seeing where crash pads are placed, finding extra launch pads, or basically just taking 1 or 2 more seconds to see what the right layer is overall in front of you. That being said, even with the water levels rising, changing, and whatnot, people's loot pads have kind of changed. They're used to not playing floppers anymore, and there's so many other things to hold, like crash pads, like other shields that you would want in your inventory.
Yeah, it's that high ground potential as well, I think. The floppers were so good for those late high ground retakes. Go out into Storm, munch on some floppers, come in late, and just surprise that player on high ground. But we saw last game with the reverse 2K with that caddy launcher in hand. The person on high ground is quite often the one with that shockwave launcher, and it's not even how strong the item is, it's how volatile it is. It just shakes everything up in the biggest way. It breaks the builds, it launches them, it launches you. It's just too much to really have that slow, methodical playstyle like you talked about that the floppers enable. Just those extra few seconds to make decisions. Those few seconds delayed is enough for the caddy launcher to really make you pay. As we see, Clarity, who had a good game last game, he's got a good loadout this game as well, securing what will be his second launch pad of the game out of this airdrop, obviously having a guaranteed launch pad drop out of it, and 6 crash pads. He's looking really, really good right now. Looks like he might not secure it, though. He does secure it, but a player pushing him want to take it. Edgy going here against Clarity. This is 2 NAE's Titans as Edgy goes straight down trying to get it. Edgy probably having one of the worst tournament starts I think I've ever seen from him here today.
Yeah, first game, it was Marauders that took him down. He was distracted. This time, I saw that Marauder pod coming down, and Clarity is right beside it, taken out again. Or Edgy is right beside it, taken out again. Clarity, though, is going to have a completely different mindset to play with now. He's got 2 full launch pads and a lot of crash pads, too. The big question is how much, more aggressively do you want to play? How far are you going to slow down? And if you do slow down too much, are you missing out on potential eliminations?
This player definitely not slowing down. It's Onymos. There's the Marauder pushing up the mountain. Not really sure how it got up here so quickly. I thought it was a player. I have no idea how this Marauder got up that elevation, but it looks like he'll be able to take that one down easily. And the Marauders draw a lot of attention. Like I said in the first game, they're very loud. A lot of people come in and look for those beams, as Divine here, part of Nobu, trying to find his way into this one if he can. He's got a really nice little base here with all these builds, but looks like someone's aggressing on into it, wanting to try and kind of make this base for himself. And quite often those players that are based up early like this, they have great piece control in these fights because they have so many of the builds around the fight, but it is usually the way to identify normally a more passive player, and Divine here has no shield and only 43 builds, so I want to see how he plays this, because as much as he's got a nice little spot here for this zone, he doesn't have the loadout he's going to need for endgame, and he's still 13 below Storm Surge as well.
Yeah, he's the aggro player. This is another one of those people from the Invitational who did really well, but then have the question kind of loomed on them, was that a one-off thing, right? Are you going to place in the top 5 again? He had like a kind of middle-ish performance, nice elimination there, but Illis is on his back wall. He was 38th in the competition right now. Now he's kind of rising up, but he hasn't really seen a top 5 since then, and I really want him to get all the way up and perform again.
And he just took down Turker's Watch, who was in 6th place. Someone that I'm happy to admit, have not heard about before today. Had a great game 1, almost broke into that top 5, was tied on points with top 5, but goes down here to Divine, so he is out of there. And that's probably, I think, the first person we've really seen in this major top 10 who's gone down so far.
Now, let's talk about the differences between Game 1 and Game 2 that we're looking at right now, right? So in the first game, it was a non-Caddy Corner player who had that Shockwave launcher. From my knowledge, I'm pretty sure whoever landed Caddy still has that launcher now. So Reverse 2K, gonna have to play a normal game. That being said, too, Turka had high ground for a majority of the moving zones. Now the entire lobby is gonna be having to play with different rules, different pressure. These aggressive players, too, Furious, taking out Snow, are performing really well in game number 2 before you saw how passive it was. So I feel like this game's gonna be a lot faster and very different from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and players like Furious, just that the location of the zone makes such a difference. Furious would have been running at this point. He was trying to get to that far northwest zone, but Furious dropping in Lazy Lake, he gets to set up here right now. He's already had his early game fights. He's had his Storm Surge tag, so he's just running at people and taking close range fights. It's not that really slow, methodical, where you're going to position kind of gameplay. Right now, he has more room to breathe and more to play around with his Polarized, who we saw go down in Steamy last game. Looks like maybe he changed up his drop spot, doesn't want to drop on Ninja on Hide anymore, as he's kind of much lower down here now, Misty. I have to think he has not dropped Steamy this game.
Doesn't matter where he chooses his drop, he needs to catch up. He's basically missing out on a whole game because he got taken out so early. Already has one elimination though, so wherever he's dropping, it's working out. He has to get in zone here and then just play with this entire little culmination of players near the south side. I feel like this is a better spot for him, but this has been the same story for Polarized every single time. It's drop spot issues. It's always coming second for some reason against some of the top players in the world. Right now, can he hold out and get to play game 2? He is being pressured by 3 different people on the south side. Still not in zone. He has to dip out. It's 44 seconds till he has to be all the way back in. Nice quick flank on this wall. I have to assume he got this elimination. That's really good for his Siphon. That's really good for his overall points. Yes, it's on D-Roller, the man who got first place in the semifinals coming in to this round of the competition. He gets his floppers up. His shields are now almost out. He needs to find more from here, Aussie.
Yeah, and we talked about those players at the very start in game 1 today. We talked about those big names, those teammates who are kind of going head to head, and those Titans who need to prove themselves. But there's also players like that who have performed in the Invitational who now need to prove that it wasn't a once-off. They need to prove that they can show up here and they have that consistency to place in another tournament. D-Roller, one of them, who goes down now, which is very unfortunate for him. Furious, another one of those players who did make a bigger name for himself quite recently, but has been performing very, very well so far this season. And he's got the loadout to look pretty good here, but he has got a lot of people around him, and we're seeing a much more relaxed zone placement here for game number 2, but there are some hills and mountains and elevation up there, so it could play a little bit against him, as Furious is playing really aggressive here in game 2.
This is definitely Furious's game. Another trap set, another player gone. I have to assume this is another quick elimination. They're happening so fast that the server can't even keep up. There it is. A nice quick pick onto Okote, who got taken completely out in an instant. Didn't even do any damage to Furious. And now I'm scared if I'm every other player, and I've seen Furious's name 3 times so far in this lobby. 63 people left alive. He's been sticking to low ground. He has the lay of the land, the information as to who's around him. And if you just let Furious into low ground, you saw it last game, he survives all the way to the very end.
Yeah, even Furious's kind of performance in trios recently, it was a very solos affair. It was pretty much 3 solo players playing together, just clutching up ridiculous games in endgame and somehow pulling out consistent points. So he's one of 3 of the most aggressive players in this region who know how to play those games as a solo. He can take on almost anyone toe-to-toe. As Rokane, we talked about him, one of the 2 most consistent players here in these last 3 days of qualifiers, but not having the same consistency here today. Still on only 2 points, as he's gained 1 point in game 1 and that top 75 placement. He's in a much better spot this game though, looking really good and a lot more in control than we saw him last time. See if he can put that legendary bolty to action as well, as he only has 63 builds, so he needs that close fight refresh rather than that long range kind of advantage though.
Still similar threats. The last time we left off with him, he was in a metal box. He looked really good. Here's the one shot there. Stretch, actually, who was looking at him this time. He got taken out. So in the first game, Booga was the one to take out Rokane. After that, he kind of got used to that play style. Takes out Stretch wall to wall. Very nice. So it's the mid-range that's Rokane's problem. He just has to overbuild a little bit, get a big base going, and I think he's going to be absolutely fine.
He's looking like he's really good now. Maybe not so good though. Someone else pushing here as Rokane goes down to Riversarm. The second of the Liquid Boys comes through and takes him out here. Shy with a little bit of the curse there. The caster curse we're also known for doing, but it looks like 1 Liquid Boy wasn't enough, but apparently 2 Liquid Boys is, as Riversarm, who's someone who was struggling. I saw him after game 1, right down there, just inside top 50, I think, on the leaderboard. So looking to have a good game here too. And since coming to NA East, obviously made a name for himself on NA West. He has been proving himself, but I think also struggled in last week's qualifiers too. So Okis in here in the box, and Miro goes down, another one of those aggressive players, and it's looked like we're seeing exactly what we thought would happen. These aggressive players just kind of falling short on the consistency side of things.
The counter to every single aggressive player are sentinels. People like Rokane, people like Ocus, right? They set up first, they know exactly where you want to go, and then they just shoot you down. The issue is, though, they need time to set up after one quick shot gets delivered, after they have a good round of defense. You saw what happens when you don't have that setup time. Rokane got taken out. Ocus, though, has a little bit of time now to just get all his items back into his inventory, get some crash pads. He's not in zone, but he's very close to it. He'll be moving forward. Some people are already crash padding in. Storm Surge is not going to be an issue. There are just 50 players left alive for just this half and half circle. I'm very curious to see where Ocus is going to set up and what information he's going to go for next.
Yeah, it looks like he's pretty confident on getting elimination on the rotate too, not using his 2 chug splashes to get up to an effective 100-100. He's holding on to them, hoping he might get that siphon as well, and then hold on to some of those extra meds and shields. So showing some confidence on the fact that he thinks this rotate is going to be pretty easy for him, as we see Day, someone who's being a lot more aggressive. Game 1, get a really nice shot there onto Rocks, just fell through the sky, and he reacted with almost inhuman reactions there, takes him down with that purple burst rifle. Epic burst rifle in hand is so deadly, normally at that longer range, not so much at that close kind of hip fire distance.
It's so hard to kind of track for that second shot, but Pure Day should just change his name to Pure Aim, because that was godlike. You're absolutely right. Now look at all these other boxes, though. This is where you can't really open edits. You can't play like Day. You can't land big shots. You have to be very careful about who's boxed next to you. Flopperson is beside so many top players, and no one's really going down in close range. Yes, Aviv just got taken out by Yeti. That's a long-range beam. 47 people left alive. 10 seconds till the moving zone starts. This is getting very close, and he does not have any mobility to work with.
Doesn't have anything, if anything, to work with. This is one of the saddest loadouts I think I've ever seen. We got 15 cabbages in the inventory. We got 39 builds. The pistol, we've seen obviously the top tier players putting it to work. That green charge, it can do a fair bit of damage, but Flopperson's really going to have to play this one smart, because he does not have that loot advantage as Booger, someone who's right near him as well, as this is NA East Day 3, guys. This is game 2. This is their second last chance to qualify for any of these players who haven't already. If they don't come top 50 today or tomorrow, and they haven't previously, they're going to have to rely on consistency. So it's not just about that top 50. These guys need to play out every game as consistently as possible to make it to those heats, as Flopperson gets a decent first rotating zone. If it wasn't for his loadout, I think he'd be alright. He's trying to find the information. I think he does find some recycle. No, he doesn't. Walks forward, takes down Polarized, someone you said who just seems to always fall short for some reason, and it's probably plays like that where it just doesn't go in his favor, and Flopperson gets a massive refresh with what I said was the saddest looking loadout I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, a vegetarian with just cabbages finally finds his first bite of meat, gets a flopper in the inventory, gets an elimination. Now 6 people have already gotten down, but he's in such a good low ground position all the way in front of the zone. Everyone now has to move straight into him, and he's got so much white HP to work with. I'm just curious to see what happens right there when he loses shields. Now he's in trouble. He's at risk of getting sniped, getting one charge on rotation. Has to be very careful, but has a lot of materials to work with.
Yeah, and he's got that loadout to kind of take it a bit more slow, like you said. He's got the flopper in those cabbages, so he can take an extra couple seconds to think about how he makes his rotate, because Storm's not really the biggest concern right now. It's that extra damage that's going to eat through that shield. He's only got 19 left, so finds his play from beneath, though. Looks like he's going to go for the edit. He does. Waits for that play to come through. Really nice here. Flopperson, again, has just got himself back into this game. Shows why you can never count it out. Some of these players are so good. He breaks it. He gets the crash pad out. He's now back on the front side. As we see, Hogman on low ground, someone I haven't seen performing too insanely well, but another person who's very good at playing smart. Reverse still in this one as well. So a lot of the players in our top 3 still here. Talbs went down, obviously, but I think we have Hoofishy, Glace, and Reverse still alive as Riversan gets another elimination. Day pushing forward. Only has 23 builds left. Can he find the refresh? Player comes right in front of him. Sees that Mogul Master in his sights. Probably going to try and go for something on him. He does. Takes down Cuddle Bear Gamer, who we know is, I believe it was Assault or Innocence, I think it was Innocence, who falls now. And Day is looking really good. That was a big mat refresh. Innocence will not be happy.
Yeah, Innocence was found guilty of a really bad rotation. Nice quick pickup there on him. Now it's back to Reverse 2K. I was talking about, can he perform without that shockwave launcher? No more HP to kind of get. No more mats. He's absolutely taken out. He cannot bounce himself back in this game. Deemer picks him up, and now it's up to him to kind of carry on that torch for the game 1 winner. Can he find this one crash pad, another one too, in the right pocket to use while Casker holds it down from height? Macwood is all the way ahead of the zone, sharing boxes next to Hogman. Clarity quarrying down at the low ground. Still though, it's such a big difference between where height is and where low ground is. I don't think these people will see each other. Al gets taken out, and we're tuning in with Day, who's really close to this top 15 situation. He needs to stay alive and play placements.
He needs to play pace. That's exactly what Casca's doing too. Casca's up there looking pretty. He's just taking shots down. He's just moving forward. He's really not making any massive aggressive plays. He's just racking up those massive placement points. As they get into top 10 here, they are going to get a placement point for every single player that goes down, which when it's coming down to qualifying has been one single point every other week. It is huge as Clarity gets another elimination in the feed. Day drops down, tries to make his big move, and he does. He drops down and takes Casca. So Casca has lost the high ground. I wonder who we have up there in that position of absolute power as Gabe goes down here as well. Jelty taking him down. Hogman falls well. Top 10 now. Every single player that goes down, they are going to get placement. Does Day get another point? That's a 2-point swing. The elimination and the top 10 takes down Magnolia. Day is having a phenomenal game as he pushes through, and it is Jelty on high ground. Ooh. As I see Demur gets knocked out, that has to be the shockwave launcher in play here. Flopperson still down in this mid-ground layer, trying to play what little he has. We've seen how good he is at getting his refreshes. He might need to get one more here to close this out. I think this one might even go to a heal-off show. This one is coming right down to the wire at the end.
It could go to a heal off, but everyone's kind of just used their floppers trying to get into these zones. Day is now looking kind of in trouble with no more big white floppers to take into his big entire arsenal. Jelty's all the way up on high ground. Day and Yeti are down on low trying to find out. Everyone is surviving, but using so many mats. Yeti gets taken out immediately, and now we're down to the final 4.
Demur's coming up from behind. He's looking for a play on Jelty, but Jelty was smart enough to be aware that he was there. The high ground fight goes out. Jelty goes down right now. We have Day. He's on the low ground. Can he close this one out? He has Kit's Mythic Charge Shotgun in the back pocket. Can he get the big shot that we know it's so capable of doing? Day comes around for the side shot. Hits Flopperson. It's not as heavy as what he wanted. Hits him again. Flopperson is just leaving himself open. He gets boxed like a fish. He gets moved around. He looks like a flopper in this endgame as Day, with 3 beautiful side jumps, just takes him out.
A perfect early, middle, and end game for pure Day. I can't believe someone can play that precise. I want to see exactly what gets broken down. Zeke, the analysts, hit it to me. How did this game go?
I mean, you know, it seemed like today it was a very good day of Fortnite. So he got the victory royale and did not flopper Son at all. With that, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. This is what Shile does.
Yeah, I was wondering where you was going with that, but you lost.
I'm sorry.
I'm still wondering, so let me know when you find it, because
it'll never be found. Anyway, congratulations there, Day. The victory royale, you'll like to see it. Guys, I think a big trend we're seeing today is OG World Cup solo qualifiers are showing up today in big ways and popping off.
I mean, we saw in match number 1 the battle between both the Dubs and Reverse 2K going back-to-back. So let's hop on board and see what some of the other solo World Cup qualifiers did. You see Aspect picking up an early elim there. Clicks also answering the call with a box fight, what he does best. The 2 early elims going down to the Slayers there. But it just kind of goes to show that even a year later, all of these players who were so consistent back in the World Cup qualifying days are still at the top of their game, doing it among the best of the best in NA East. There's Clarity picking up Edgy there for a key elimination right there at 75th. But Riverson really stole the show away in this game.
Yeah, this is where that big swing comes in, right? It's sort of that mid to late game. Once the zones begin to move and start cutting across, you see players like Booga finding the frags. We're going to see Clarity popping off. You saw a little taste of what Riverson was doing in lead up to this entire thing. And that's what we're talking about. It's the frags. It's the World Cup players still here, still very much relevant. When was the last time you saw Aspect going this crazy right in Fortnite? So players find their stride, just like Reverse 2K has found his stride in the recent times. And there's the big frag onto N-Pen. And it's just Aspect just tearing up a mess here in the moving zones.
And one of the things you'll notice in particular during this clip is just how good and disciplined these players are during the moving zones in the late game, finding good tarps in the area. Now, we will call out the only solo World Cup qualifier who we did not see was Zexo. Unfortunately, unable to get himself rolling through this one. We did see him get taken out early there, but just their ability to navigate from box to box and find picks against each other. You can see Clarity here utilizing the crash pad, rotating through, and then boom, huge shot on the opponent right next to him, tracking him all the way. But again, 4 builds left to his name. Riverson doing everything he can to just manufacture an elimination, using the reverse ramp in front of him to get a drop onto Clarity in the top 10. So a little solo qualifier on solo qualifier action right there at the end.
So many of these guys facing off. Now, of course, after the last game, Day did find himself the victory royale with 7 eliminations. Flopperson as well, a second place with 7 again. Both of these guys facing off. My question now is, how does this affect the leaderboard? We know coming out of that first initial game, Reverse held the #1 spot with only 20 points. So now what we have to see is the standings. How are these shaping up here on the first day of competition? And is Reverse 2K still holding the #1 spot? Taking a look together, looks like Day has dethroned him and is now 4 points ahead, 10 eliminations. Both have the Victory Royale, but, I mean, it's literally just the 4 eliminations separating them right now.
4 elims being the difference. You can see Flopperson just behind. Clarity, Yeti, Furious, Claw, the free agent, Cuddle Bear Gamer 1, OA Who Fishy, and then FaZe Dubs rounding out the top 10. But already a little bit of a gap starting to open up. Day, a 9-point advantage in terms of Yeti, who's in 5th right off of there, but he's about 5 points ahead of what the EU pace was. As now we flip on over to the next page to see who's in that top 20. Some more of those solo World Cup qualifiers on the page. You can see Aspect, Riverson, and Booga up there, as well as the triple qualifier Miro.
You gotta give some love to Jelty, who popped off that game as well, making that end game is going to be the difference maker here. The big placement points that he picks up there, coupled with the elims he was finding, is going to make him very much relevant now in 17th place. So, and it's a tie, right? This is a close run all the way up to 12th. Let's not forget that the difference maker there is just a couple of elims.
Taking a look here, 10 points down in 30th place. Ocus up to 21st. You got only 2 points separating them there. Hopping over to the next page. Looks like 40th right now, 8 points. Sizz Lucky right there on the cups. The top 50 will be moving on. And from other regions, guys, we've seen pretty consistently 21 being that number required to push on through into the top 50. It seems like we're on track.
We'll know right as soon as we get over to that next. I think we're only going to do the 4 pages, though, so you can assume it's right around that line, given how the breakdowns have been and how close the scorings have done. No, we will end up seeing that 5th page, so we'll be able to see what the line looks like right now. And, of course, we're actually a little bit slower on the pace than we have been traditionally. After 2 games, it's been 7. Right now, it's just 6 points, so if anything, a little bit more room for those who had kind of the traditional slower start to get themselves back in and guarantee a spot in the heats next weekend.
And if they don't, make it in that initial bubble, they also have a chance with the series points to push them over and push them into the heats next Friday. You guys don't want to miss that. These set lobbies are fire. Games earlier in EU will be fire. That's probably going to be on a whole different level. Of course, guys, we're getting ready to hop back into the games right now, in fact. So, I'm going to see, how can I send this back over to Shy? Shy, be my eyes in the sky. Shy, oh wager, take it away, my boy.
All right,
Hello?
Zeke.
I'm also here. Hi, Zeke. I'm also doing these games too. I'm doing my best. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. All right, next time we throw in an analyst, we're just going to cut out Zeke completely. As we're going into game 3, I'm not a diva, I swear. Jumping into game 3 with Shy, we're going to see how we go here. And we get a much better zone than what we've seen for the last couple games for these players. This is where I'm looking to see Misty maybe kind of have their big game, but no major change around the map from what I can see so far. Except for I see 2 players in the very far northwest section fighting over what I think is one chest.
I see a shark getting taken out over this mini-map too. Zextro and Glace are fighting at the Orchard. Glace was uncontested from what we saw in game 1. Now Zex is back at the drop he claimed on Twitter to claim, but he's looking like he's having a lot of trouble. Already, I guess, out of mats, out of shields, and possibly even out of ammo.
Yeah, Glade's gonna have to make something big here. He had this drop to himself the first time, so obviously these games are changing up now at the halfway mark. People are gonna start figuring out what's not working for them, and Zexro deciding that maybe his drop wasn't working for him. As here he goes, shows up at Orchard, takes down Glace, and Zexro wasn't looking too much better either. That was a really close fight, but Zexro, we know since pretty much the dawn of competitive Fortnite, does come out on top in his drop spot. That aim is something you don't want to mess with early game when really you don't have a lot of the advantage in the back pocket, but if you have good aim, you can always rely on that to get some beams here when these fights break out.
Well, what happens though when you put 2 big fighters next to each other? This is Furious and Divine, both very aggressive players, both have the aim, but Divine does not have the HP, and I'm going to predict not even a chance to win this fight with how low he is. Furious is looking so healthy. He's looking so good on the patience he's having and taking the first shot and edit. He is literally running circles around Divine right now, and Divine is not finding any angle to actually take in. There are the 2 shots that Furious needed, and what a quick wipe onto Divine.
Furious is looking so confident today as well. If he can just have won a couple of those games where he stays up endgame, because again, this format, and again, I was talking to Prodigy Analytics before this, it looks like this format, more so than any other tournament we've seen in the past, is causing more of like a 70-30 split when it comes to 70% of their points coming from placement and 30 from eliminations for those top teams. Usually it sits more around that half to 60%. So Furious playing so aggressive and so well today, but just needs to find that consistency to get those free placement points towards the end. As Zephyr having that fight that I think I was talking about on the far northwest, it is the fight over the lighthouse, and it's going straight to the sky show. They're going up high. Never mind, Zephyr does drop back down. They're probably running out on mass, gets that really nice charged shotgun shot, and that's what this shotgun does. The new shotgun meta really does punish when you run out of those materials and you let the person above you have that extra time to cook up the shotgun and drop down. They can close it out so much quicker. As we see a little bit of the BM here, a little bit of the emote dancing on him. He knows he's won this fight, and he's saying, hey man, game 3, don't come back to Lighthouse. This is not how your tournament's going to go.
I don't think that anything matters though in terms of that, right? Like, you can say and win as many fights as you want, but if someone keeps coming back to contest you, it's over for Zephyr, because yeah, it seems like he's winning the drop, but he's not going to be winning the day overall. That's the big issue.
Ooh, and we have Dubs here in a fight. Looks like he makes out a Fortilla, or he's just still around that Fortilla area, trying to get this beam onto the player above him, playing the low ground. Needs to be careful, as there usually are a few more than just 2 people here at Fortilla, so I think he wants to be careful, make sure they don't have that angle, as Rox is the player on the high ground with a pretty good inventory, but only 29 builds. If Dubs does start to make this a bit of a build fire, which he can be very, very good at doing, Rox using a lot of the mass to hold this high ground kind of platform, as Dubs is playing from beneath, trying to get his way in there. As shots are now coming out, Rox has made himself that target on the high ground. He's literally built himself a platform on top of everything else for everyone to see him and take shots at him. And Dubs now put on the back foot, trying to get these shots through, and surely someone wants to come up and take this. Dubs playing really aggressive, and again, this player doesn't have the key card, doesn't have the mythic loot. Dubs just wants this fight because he wants this fight, and that's why he takes him down, gets the elimination, and he gets the launch pad for it. That is pretty massive for the fight here, but it looks like that means there must be someone here who has the control of Ocean, as neither of these players did.
Yeah, very good prediction there on him just being way too open on high ground rocks. And he gets taken out for the 3rd time in quick fashion. Okay. Dubs was also in the same spot. I don't think he remembered who did the first damage there in that fight. It was Accept, who lands another sniper shot, this time to the head. And Dubs is out now of game number 3.
I have to think that's a bit of those kind of, again, we've said this, a long day for these guys playing solos. Dubs has had a lot of long days of solos, but you have to know when you've built up and you're taking a fight and you're getting third-partied, that means eyes are still on you. And with the prevalence of snipers right now, they're probably going to have something that can do that to you.
Yeah, there's a 3rd party in fights. There's a 4th eye, though, also on the leaderboards for a lot of these players. Now Furious, seeing that Dubs is gone, can even stretch miles ahead from 6th place even higher, leaving Dubs behind in 10th. He gets to just keep getting these points and keep getting up. Talking about points, though, and placement overall, it seems like everyone in the top 5-ish has an average placement of about 10 per game. Furious is sitting kind of way back on that with 20, and we can see that he's making it up for it with these early game eliminations. 2 already, where all these other players don't really have one to even boot up starting off this game. We'll see if he finds his 3rd, or if he gets into a trap situation. Furious, no! Illis sets it up for him this time, and wow, he gets taken out too.
That is, again, Illist, a phenomenal fighter in his own right, but again, works smart, not hard sometimes. Didn't need to make that a flashy fight, just used his brain there, just baited that chest, and Illist takes Furious out of here. His aggression is stopped, and the worst part about that is, going into the last 3 games of today, that is a frustrating way to go down. Not only does he have to sit there now for upwards of 30 minutes before next game, he has to sit there knowing he went down to something as kind of cheeky as that. He's not going to be happy.
Yeah, I made a fly-in beforehand that said that there were 80 players around in NA that ended up surviving after that first zone. Now it's already down to 77. So we're looking at a game that's moving a lot faster than usual. And we can see it's because people are putting up traps. Maybe people like Furious are getting too comfortable in fights over and over, or in rotations over and over again. And oh my god, another big shot, a drop shot down from Larson. That charge pump is so good at ramping up and then putting down big damage off of these big leaps off of builds. And he makes it 76 players left alive. He still has to move in the zone though.
Yeah, and I know Zeke always talks about having that self-contained meta within tournaments, and I think we're seeing that meta across all the different days, though. A lot of the players here have either not qualified, and they're feeling the pressure and have to start putting up some big games to jump up there, but also some of those players who already have qualified and maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable with their playstyle, maybe feeling out a little bit more, and they just want to go a bit more aggressive, maybe kind of show some aggression at their drop spot, or just show that they're a big name in the pond. So I think those kind of all factors are closing this game out. As C-Plit gets some really nice beams onto Aspect, and he does. Aspect goes down. One of those players players who has now made it into, this is his third time making this round 3 situation, but unfortunately goes down. He has been dropping at the old shark, and he tries to make his late rotate, and Seaplit is just waiting for it. Now he gets to take all those fish that he had in the back pocket to make this zone rotate.
An instant beam onto Aspect that he couldn't defend against. Not only was this an elimination onto Aspect, this was a hit to his mentality too. I know that he's a very momentous player, sometimes playing with emotion too, and that emotion is good when you're playing really well, but a double-edged sword when things end up going wrong for him. I hope he can bounce back in Game 4. For now though, Seatplate rises in the ranks. We were talking about 6 points being the place you want to be at if you want to qualify, get that top 50. Seaplate's now at 7. He could push for 8 or 9 if he ends up getting a little bit of survival down in the end game. There's so many other people though in this game. Aviv, who we've seen survive all the way towards the end, he's 11, a little bit ahead of the pace right now, but will he survive it out in this game? A lot of people now are slowing down. We have 75 players left alive. Could see a little bit of surge, but I don't think it'll be too much of a problem.
And these zones are very scary ones though as well. They're pulling far southeast, so it goes around that caddy area, obviously playing into the hands of that very, very dangerous loadout, but also is a lot of mountains in this area too. It gives you those really difficult zones where it goes up, down, and oh, that was a headshot snipe from Aviv onto Calc. Calc goes down. Pretty sure we're going to hear about that one. We normally do. He is out of this lobby, and Aviv kind of finding his way back, and he gets a double as well. Did Calc just get an elimination, or was those maybe Marauders? Because that's a lot of leftover loot. That's not just Calc's body there. That's something else.
There's like a purple charge there. We were talking about emotionals or emotions and emotional players. That's Calc getting taken out. You mentioned it. Definitely going to be hearing about that somewhere. Now, here's Edgy. And this is just surprising to see someone from Caddy Corner at 2 points right now. Kind of just 50-50 uncontested. Usually when this happens, we saw it with DreamHack last night, like people just end up rising with each other and end up surviving till endgame. He doesn't have the kit loot at all, so I think that might be one of the issues. But at the same time, we've seen what's been happening to him when he gets around Marauder packs, when he gets box to box. His shots just aren't landing today.
Ooh, he's proving you wrong a little bit there. Misses the headshot, but gets a really nice body shot. Let's see if Edgy can pull it back. He's one of those players that can have a rough start, but can really finish out strong. He's been in so many of his tournaments as he is finishing very strong. Pepper, I think that's one of the first times I've seen the combination of a Pepper and a crash pad. The double mobility special just straight through the box, and Edgy steam out the ears, maybe feeling a bit angry coming into these last few games.
And I'm wondering, he has 2 eliminations up from Caddy Corner. Who has Kit's Shockwave Launcher? Who has Kit's Charge Shotgun? Because he's basically cleared out that entire POI, but that mythic loot is not there.
Exactly, and that's the one thing you got to mention as well. We saw how powerful it was, giving Reverse that boost when he got it, just even coming into the end game. So whoever has it does have that large advantage, as we have a KBM gamer pushing forward here, trying to get this high ground beam if he can. There's players in front of him right in his rotation path. We see the white line there, his quickest path to zone. Doesn't have to take the quickest path, but looks like he wants to take the quick path through, but maybe should have gone for kind of easier waters here, calmer waters, because KBM gamer's on the back foot. He's got the minis, he's got the big pop, but is he going to have the time to get them off? I'd have to assume not, unless this player maybe wants to take this chance to disengage. But no, NA East is showing up here in aggression as we've dropped under top 70 now. Less than 70 players alive, and looks like he's not disengaging, but needs to close this out quickly. He is making this take way too long. He let him get off the minis and the big pot. Massive misplay here from whoever this is. He drops back in, and now with that extra shield, makes the advantage, takes down Cozy. Not sure if Cozy got too cozy there on top of those builds, but he had every advantage, Shao, and he just didn't push. He just sat there and waited.
I mean, he got absolutely outplayed by one of the slickest and I would say cleanest crash pads I've ever seen. That was perfect in the amount of builds it broke, the timing was therein, and then an easy pickup there so fast. Edgy now, once again, in another box fight. He is definitely agitated, not happy with the first 2 games and how they've gone. He's pushing for his 3rd elimination. He's trying to climb back physically himself into the competition. He's going for another quick shot. Nice control there with the pyramid, but he won't find another tack shot to hit right afterwards. He has the edit on this ramp. This player might not have any builds left. It's N-Pen completely wiped out.
Edgy's just a playstyle we don't normally see from Edgy. He's one of the most consistent players up there. Sent and Edgy known for just their ridiculous consistency when it comes to these kind of formats, these stacked lobbies, but he's obviously a bit frustrated here. And this is what's probably causing, again, these lobbies to drop. We've talked about it. I believe Edgy has already qualified here as well. I'm almost positive he has in the top 20, he's placed top 50. So he's looking to just close this out and maybe just have some fun with it. And it's crazy to be that good that you can then just wipe people this much in these fights against some of the best, as KBM Gamer still not out of it yet, as he has Raul behind him, and Raul's got this med kit, but even with this med kit, he's got a long ways to go.
It's not competitive Fortnite if you don't see a storm fight every now and then, and it's going to be Raul. These guys kind of near that 13-point, 10-point threshold who are looking to, I guess, fix their mistakes every single game. This is one that you don't really want to be in. Raul, though, could find an easy elimination from this. A 2-box down, though, from the person that he is fighting. A quick sharp shotgun that misses, but the spray is there. Gamer gets gamed.
Yeah, and Rao just closed that in the nick of time as well. He took that out. Now he's got to spend 300 wood to rekindle this fire just to stay alive before he even moves. That is a big investment. We talk about you got to see some of these storm fights, but sometimes you just don't want to see them because this was just not the play for either of these players. You kind of want that peaceful rotate, but you never know what the guy behind you is doing. And without Storm Surge on the map, no need to take these kind of fights. It was a big misplay from, I'd have to imagine, both of them. Maybe Rao proves me wrong, but I can't see this endgame going too well in his favor with how far in Storm he is and how far he still has to travel.
I mean, just imagine you're one of these players who are looking at the entire lobby kind of disintegrate a number, right? And you have people around you who are also fighting. You're going to need to put up eliminations. You are going to need to make decisions that end up in having your fight go into the storm, having your fight become a storm fight. Lucky for Rao, though, he gets to survive. Now we're back with Day, who ended up winning that last game in such nice fashion. We'll see if he can do it again. Cabbages this time in his inventory, so he's got that HP. But is it enough to actually get first again?
Yeah, so far, Day's having a good day here. We haven't seen a retail zone like this, though, as well. There's going to be a lot of builds here, and as much as this lobby is thinned out very quickly now here in the early game, and looking to still do here with Day on the back foot now, he needs to get these cabbages off, and pretty much everything he's got left. He's trying to get out of here, and he's stuck up against those wood walls, unfortunately. Gets back into some old builds, but the pressure's coming out, and right now, hiding behind this building was a nice play. He's just trying to get away. He needs to invest everything he has to survive this one. There's no point holding on to anything here. Cabbages, one of the only edible meds in this game right now that does stack, so he can pop them back to back, and you can just see that health skyrocket. But this is going to take pretty much everything he had. I was going to say that these retail zones will make the lobby stay a little bit healthier for the rest of this game, as they can find those buildings to hide in and can do things like this where Day can save himself by getting behind them and just cutting off those angles.
Yeah, cutting off angles, but also cutting off half his savings of shield and literally all his investments of those full HP heals you were talking about, the cabbages. I'm curious to see what kind of impact elimination he gets, even if he ever gets one. But we're moving on to some of the bigger players from the semifinals. Acorn, the only player to finish top 50 in each of their first 8 finals games. That is crazy. And he is showing us how he's doing it. It's in complete style. If you watched his last game in the semifinals, he got 20 points off of that to completely qualify to play round 3. I believe, though, he's already qualified for the Heat, so there's not that much tension there for him.
And it's showing to have that ability to be able to drop those insane games, have that mechanics, but know that in these stacked games, it's not worth relying on them more than just that insane game sense. He is now making a much safer rotate. There is next to no one near him. He's looking so much healthier, but he has those mechanics in the back pocket. He could be pulling edgy right now and jumping into boxes and taking fights, but it's just so much harder to be as consistent as Acorn's waiting for zone to show here to maybe see which side of the mountain he goes up. Looks like he's found his route, and no, he doesn't want to go up that way, doesn't want to maybe come up behind an opponent who could be waiting. Bit of indecisiveness here. He needs to figure out which way he wants to go, and he's finally kind of decided, and he's got a good rotate ahead of him.
He's got so much time to play with, and that's because he's on the dead side of zone where there's not too many other players. Bala talks about it all the time, and it's kind of been a running theme of this season so far. Some of the best players, you have Arkram, you have Stretch, they always go around the whole map, and Acorn is looking to do that too. Yes, it makes you shambles, maybe sometimes a little bit faster, but it gets you to almost every single end game, and we see that with Acorn's consistency. Now we're looking at Crispy, who's also consistently getting into these box fights, and he's been winning, at least in this game. I wonder when that will end, and if it even will, because last game, we saw the way Furious played everything out. We saw the way Furious is playing this game too. Aggression could be the name of the game here for day 3 of NA East. There's the beam, a nice setup onto Turkas again, who does not get to see another game.
Yeah, he had a great game 1, but unfortunately falling down in game 2 and 3. And we haven't seen too many people making that play what Crispy did there, throwing out the launch pad, the crash pad. Didn't need to get in the box with it. Threw it under that box, broke out the builds, and it's really good for getting lobby focus as well. We've talked a bit about lobby focus, especially in last season's meta with the miniguns and just getting other players around you to smell blood in the water and start spraying someone. The crash pad's good for that too. It breaks out the builds and really exposes that player. So sometimes it's not even about getting the elimination yourself. It's just clearing out those players around you. And you touched on it in game 1, Shire. Obviously, if they go down near you and someone else gets the beam from far away, you still get the loot though. And that's one of the biggest things to get these end games is the loot.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest stretches to make. Speaking of hard stretches too, we're tuning in with a lot with people who are at this 7 to 10 point threshold, and it's because this is one of the last games they kind of have to catch up to everyone else before it's too late to even hit first or go for the top 10. Seatplit, 7 points. This is going to be kind of near that top 50 spot. He's looking to get a little bit higher past there. This is a very crucial game for him. 61 players left alive, so that placement is about to be handed out, I think, in just one more elimination, and he makes it happen onto Macwood, taking out such a big titan who could just influence this endgame. Now he's in some more control, has already got 3 eliminations this game, and he's still looking for more beams.
Yeah, Macwood goes down, and Seaplit trying to find his way back into this, and it's one of those few tournaments we've seen where even the qualifiers like this isn't even heat, and there's still money on the line. So like you mentioned there, we do have to talk about these players dropping into that top 10, that first place, and getting those earnings which they're after as well. It's not just about qualifying like it normally is with these kind of finals and heats formats this time around, which is good. It's making those top players really play towards the end and know they need to play out their games properly, and we're seeing some of those players do that, and we're seeing some of the players not, though. Furious, one of the ones that's kind of been going a bit aggressive, trying to find his way up in there. I want to see where he is in this lobby now. If he's still having that aggression, or is he perched up and he's sitting pretty?
Yeah, oh my god, they know he gets crash padded right past. Curio, who was staying near edge zone, just trying to find a way to get safe, actually gets dangerous and then gets lethal. He's taken out. That's so good for him.
Yeah, it goes down here, and Curio now has that whole low ground area himself, so it's the elimination, it's the material, and it's the positioning now. That's another person that's just not near him he has to deal with his Clicks. And Blake, we talked about old teammates here going straight past each other here. Clicks set up in the middle, looking pretty good. Hero is here as well with his 3 floppers. He's got 3 crash pads too. He's got a good loadout in a decent spot, and we're going to get that far northwest half, which does give this endgame a massive mountain potential. If it goes kind of northeast again, it's going to be a massive endgame here with a lot of verticality and a whole bunch of issues, and that's where whoever has that shockwave launcher or also the grappler. We haven't seen the grappler come into effect much today, Shia. It is usually in the hand of Cease, who's been playing insanely well, but I don't think we've actually tuned into a single person who has it today.
Not really at all, and right now there's so much space to actually climb for with that glider gun and the shockwave launcher. Curio took out Day, who was in first place, so now Reverse can bounce back and bounce up. Zexro too could have such a phenomenal game and catch up to that first place slot. It's literally anyone's game in this lobby. It's only just a little bit of that game 3 scenario we're looking at right now. So it's that halfway point. Everyone's just looking to find a way to stay at that top spot. Hero is chasing a beam, but at what cost? He gets straight next, box to box, wall to wall. Pickaxe out at the wrong time, but the tack shot does hit. Zone is moving, and he's not in zone just yet. He needs to land his final shot for the Siphon. He does. XNB used as a tool for another player once again to make it to endgame.
And that was a 2-point swing as well. Hero, I was going to say, if he went down there, that was a massive misplay. He aggressed onto that fight, 51 players alive. That top 50 gets you that 1 point. And 1 point, especially with old scoring formats, getting quite high doesn't sound like a lot. But when we talked about 1 point, I think it was 2, splitting top 30 from top 20, 1 or 2 points is massive. It's the difference between qualifying or making money and not. And unfortunately, XMB is on the other side of that 2-point swing. As Clarity looking pretty good here with 117 builds, no mobility, but a lot of meds, and he gets a pretty good zone. So he's looking pretty as Booger. Someone will have high expectations on today, and Rokane looks like his first time he's made it into endgame here, trying to kind of keep that consistency going we've talked so much about.
This is going to be so tricky. Everyone is literally on the zone line. No one is on the left side of the zone making any late rotates, so mid-ground is going to be so dangerous. Clarity already missing 1 crash pad, has to get dropped down. No eliminations yet, only has placement points. He has so many good mats, but he's caught between such a hard spot with no mobility at all. There's the launch pad. He gets it. He's up in the air, but how long will he last? Absolutely naked in the sky, nowhere to connect to, no builds at all. He could get beamed at any moment. I think he'll land. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, it looks like he makes it. He does get into the box here. He has those splashes too if he wants to get back up to effective 100-100. So didn't need the mobility. The extra meds probably coming into advantage here. And he's making his way up as he has identified that, yes, I cursed at the zone. Did go even further up the mountain now. So Clarity is happy to make his way up. And he takes down Accept here. And he does. He gets that infinite chug, which is probably not usually worth carrying into this endgame. But he does get Ocean's Mythic Burst AR. And that does some serious damage as we have seen here today. Acorn in a beautiful spot. Stretch, obviously one of the most consistent players in these set lobbies on East, is in such a good spot on top of this lobby, looking down, and Acorn looking to do the same here as well. He is looking very pretty, just trying to put some damage out, and he does with that AR, doesn't even need the shotgun, takes him out as we see that Voom falls to himself. This verticality is going to cause so many issues for these guys. He pushes his way through, hits the crash pad here, that recyclable mobility to get back to frontside. Acorn's putting on a clinic right now. He is playing so well.
It's because the lobby is so compact, but as soon as we get past that mountain, it expands, and that gives sightlines for Acorn. Taking out Illis, and after that, taking out West, so good for him. 3 eliminations overall, 19 points. He's looking to climb all the way up top. Day was at 30 points before, so if Acorn can have a clutch performance, he could possibly grab first. He has to move past people like Reverse 2K. He has to move past the entire lobby too, but he's kind of near second height. There's a glider gun you were talking about, Aussie. It's somewhere, I think it's going to be on this player in the box right now. If Acorn can get there and get that item, he could have what he needs to just take this lobby by storm.
It does, and the zone's going back again. It doesn't go straight up the mountain, so it's not too bad here. And Acorn in a good layer. He's kept himself around that kind of like mid to high ground layer, so he then has the ability where it doesn't matter where zone goes up or down. He has that control. 45 builds in the back pocket, making his way through. Stretch takes down Edgy. He breaks that crash pad. I believe that was him who broke his own crash pad. Don't know, but Stretch is on the high ground here, as we've seen Clean very far from Storm. I have to think maybe the shockwave launcher was in play there. As Al hanging around that second height. Is he going to make a play onto Stretch? Bandit here now looking very, very good. Has that tack in the back pocket to try and get those big shots here at the end game. Blake falls. He's got 1 crash pad, 5 chug splashes, starting to ramp up here at the end game, trying to see if he gets that big moment to push him through, or does he kind of just stay around these builds and get those consistent placements? He's on 13 points. He's looking great, and he's 5 away from getting a guaranteed placement every time someone falls. This is the moment where we see so many people's games fall apart, Shire. They just go for that one too many elimination, or they make that one wrong move, that one wrong layer, and everything falls apart.
Bandit's already switched layers so many times. He is in such a dangerous spot here. He has that pocket crash pad. It could come into huge play in this next minute. This 9th zone's closing in with. Owl gets another elimination. Stretch now is down box to box, getting that huge kind of brief of Owl's actual taken out from the competition there. Pandus is also on high ground. Booga is down low with TJ Clarity and Jelty. It's a 4-way box fight down below, and Stretch is just chilling all the way up top. Absolute chaos. Clarity gets one. It's onto Booga. Everyone's going down. Jelty's also alive. Bandit is in mid-ground box to box. Stretch now is taking a stroll down to low, seeing what's going on. Bandit is absolutely defending his ground and his boxes. It's now down to 4 as everything calms down a bit.
Everything calms down a little bit. It's going to heat up soon. We have teammate upon teammate. Clarity takes down Booger, but Clarity, the only player inside that top 5 in that position to hold on to his mantle, because I think Stretch is coming for him. Stretch wants to hit that hat trick. He wants to be the back-to-back-to-back round 3 winner or DreamHack finals in these set lobbies, as Clarity now can only take 2 ticks from Storm. He's down here. He's trying to see if he can close this one out. Jumps down. Tack gets put to use. Has to take 3 shots. That extra shot may have been too much as Bandit takes him down. So it is Bandit versus Stretch in this endgame. Stretch has the high ground advantage, but Bandit has every other advantage. Do we see our first heal off today? No, the crash pad comes out, trying to use that to get on top, and he does. Bandit in the bounce house, bounces around Stretch though. His aim is just clinical, it is precise. The shockwave launcher in the hand of Stretch is so dangerous, and he closes it out, of course.
You call him Liquid Stretch. I just see solid speed right there. What an insane reaction in hitting that shot. I'm gonna need a slow-mo breakdown of that one and the whole game too. I'm throwing it to some analysts and one host who will not be named.
Apparently there's some kind of beef. Listen, Ozzy, of course I knew you were there, but I wanted to throw it to my boy Shite. Listen, Ozzy, really quick, Ozzy, there's no beef between you and me, because you will forever be my buddy, Ozzy. Antics, okay? We're fixed. See, Fortnite fam, if you ever have a problem with your best friend, make sure you go correct it. Congratulations there to Stretch, getting the victory royale. I gotta say, that was very well played from him. But also, on the flip side, real quick shout out to Bandit, 6 eliminations. He literally placed 80th the game before. So that game was a make or break game for him, and we know that 21 points was the break in the top 50, and this looked like he is on pace to do that.
Really solid performance from him, and that's kind of going to segue us in to some players who really should be getting a little bit more screen time and a little bit more credit for how well they've been playing. We talked about Rokane earlier being one of the 6 players who had qualified for all 3 of the finals. He's able to pick up a number of early game elims here to get himself rolling and really get his first taste and get moving in this set of the finals. And a really good job to execute there on that box push.
And this one right here, opening up with a big hunting rifle shot before then deciding to slam straight into Okis right here. He does it strong, he does it well, he makes it look clean and easy. You can see Rokane just barrel stuff all the way through there, and that hunting rifle being the key to his successes. But it's not just Rokane who's popping off, it's other players like Acorn, right? Acorn's been on fire lately. He's been just crushing in the solo scene. I don't think he's been getting enough credit, like we said. This is why we want to highlight his frags as well, because he goes off this game here. This is allowing him to push his way up the chain and into the pack now. Just take a look here. He's already now acquiring a lot of placement points. And to go along with it, of course, these frags that he's finding in the mid game, that's an impact right there. He's able to pick up all the loot before swinging his way all the way across here, Sundown.
Yeah, and making sure he's picking up not only the elimination, but getting whatever utility he can after the fact. And he's just been consistently making endgame over endgame, getting himself in a good position. And we talk about how consistency when you're playing in Europe and NA East in solos in Fortnite is so hard to achieve, that when you do get it, it's so impressive. And he's doing it by pulling off huge shots like that. But now, let's see what happened with Bandit on this mid-target. Because notice he finished the game with 6 elims, but he's only sitting on 1 with 33 players left. And he does it really with that epic tac shotgun and just working box to box and owning like 90% of this layer. I think Shio called it out best, saying he was defending this layer and really making it a point to clean up anybody who came close and was contesting him.
You know, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of the tactical in these endgame moments, right? We're seeing it being used more and more here. This is just the power of having attack, that pressure in your favor, as opposed to having that charge shotgun where you need to follow up with something. So tactical shotguns, of course, making their return here to Fortnite competitive. We've seen it going off in NA West before, and now it's just coming back with a bang here. And Bandit pushes himself from 80th in the previous game all the way up to 2nd this time around, almost pulling a Toos, right, who had the widest gap for Victory Royale. It was so close, but Stretch did just get the better of him right there with a big shot on the come up.
Yeah, real interesting crash pad to send himself out at an odd angle. It feels like if he had actually crash padded just up vertically, he might have had a better chance, but Stretch closing that one out. And then also shout outs to Ghost recent signing Clarity and then Jelty. They've been making a number of endgames already, so expect to see them on top of that leaderboard.
That's right. Well, speaking of the leaderboard, let's take a look together and see how things have shaken out after game number 3. We're now at that halfway point, and it is now on the tail end to see how things could develop. Taking a look, though, currently in that number 1 spot, you got Ghost Clarity, 35 points, 10 eliminations. Day, though, right behind him with 30. Reverse 2K still holding down that 3rd spot, tied with Jelty now at 26 points, with that Victory out edging him forward due to tiebreakers.
And I just wanted to say really quickly, remember, Day had the small lead. Looked like he was going to be breaking away here. But that last game, only picking up about a point or so, gives this a much closer look in now for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, he did place 57th in that last game, so could not rack up the points he was looking to, but something is better than nothing.
As now we flip on over to the second page, you can see we got Furious, Ral, FN, Miro, Booga, Bandit with a brilliant performance there, pushing himself up to 15th. Presto in 16th, Cuddlebear Gamer 1, Hoofishy, Claw FA, and VSB TJ rounding out the top 20. 21st is Demur, 22nd Owl, then Dubs, Aspect, Vanished a Roller, Hero, Rustic, Corrine, Blake PS, and Turkas in the top 30. Don't forget the top 50 will be the ones who are moving on to a guaranteed spot in the heats.
I'm just looking at
breaking
Riverson, who is popping off. We saw him a little bit in that highlight chain, as well as Rokane, right? These are players that are looking to pull that top 50, right? At least you get those qualifying points, and of course, guarantee your way to heat. So every interaction matters. We know that cutoff has been around the 21-point mark. If there's any time to do it, it's now, as we're breaking into that past the halfway mark situation here in the race for ending up day 3.
That's right. They will have to rely on either breaking into top 50 or the series points to push them into the heats next Friday. The games are heating up here with only 3 games left. Which players will make it into that top 50 spot, and who will come out on top in that number 1 seed? Of course, with that being said, Fortnite fam, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go get ourselves hydrated. It is time for a break. So get up, go get a snack, go grab some water. Aussie Antics actually just said he has to use the restroom, so my best friend's going to go handle that. My other best friend, Shy Wager, as well. Listen, guys, there's no beef. Anyway, we'll be right back. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Welcome back to continued coverage of the Fortnite Champion Series. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we got Sundown, we got Monster Deface, and we got some games on deck. The last 3 games here of NA East, we're hoping will bring some major heat. The first 3 have already done so, Sundown. They've been pretty good so far.
They've been pretty good so far, but really the stars of the show have come down to be Ghost Clarity and Jelty, making consecutive over and over again being top 10 nearly every single one of the matches so far. The question is whether or not they can keep it up.
Well, we will find out as we're getting ready to hop over to game. Keep in mind, we're jumping into this one just a little bit ahead in the time. So, Shy Wager, Aussie Antics, take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Zeke, my favorite Fortnite FNCS host by far and best friend. Thank you very much. We're tuning in with Booger now, who's on 21 points, so I feel like Shy has kind of been, I don't want to say flying under the radar, but I feel like we haven't been focusing on him as much. For 21 points, that's pretty good.
Listen, for the first 3 games, it's kind of like a scale, right? And game number 3 is definitely a tipping point for a lot of players. For Booga now, he is past the line of qualification. I don't even think qualification's in his mind. It's just about how are his off-spawn fights going? How are the people who are potentially contesting for heats shaping out? And what can he do to stop them? So a very different story we don't usually get to see a lot of the time. Speaking of Booga, though, we have a replay, I think, of Stretch that's also going to be playing. And we're looking at how he is going to be looking at his games early, mid, late game. This is an early spot drop at Caddy Corner, a place where that has one of the best items in the game, Kit's loadout, and he's actually getting taken out. This isn't this game earlier on, so big stretch for a lot of people to fill.
Yeah, Stretch has gotten bullied by Bully, so he's left his Misty Meadows where he has won DreamHack Finals and won the last time we saw these NA East Round 3 Finals, so changing up his gameplay massively here to go to Caddy Corners. Not really sure what that one was all about there, but he goes down, unfortunately. Maybe just, again, a long day getting to him. He wants that item, he wants to have some fun with it, or maybe something's breaking down in Misty. Maybe someone's kind of moving it onto his turf, and that's the issue with Heats, right? Like, it shows how important it is to have your drop spot figured out, and if this happens in Heats, Stretch can go from being one of the most consistent players in NA East to struggling.
Yeah, and that's not going to be good, but I don't think that Heats is going to be that hard for Stretch. You know, we're looking at the stat right now on the board. Stretch converts an incredible 100% of the games where he makes top 25 into a top 10 finish. Let me translate that for you. If he's in the end game, he is going to accrue a lot of points and put everyone else behind him. We saw him do it last game. We saw him do it time and time again all throughout the weekends we've seen NA East online. And I just feel like this man might just be the next best solo player on NA East.
Yeah, and when you think about it as well, like it's surviving 15 players doesn't sound like that insane, but when it comes to the end game, when that is usually surviving an entire rotating zone, which is the most difficult part of Fortnite to survive, it just shows how insane Stretch is once he gets that end game. So you have to think he knows that as well. So I think today something's going a bit off with Stretch. Dropping Caddy Corners is not in his usual gameplay style. You very rarely see him taking early game aggression, and maybe that one game was enough for him to realize, yeah, maybe this isn't for me. I thought going Caddy Corners sounded like it was glorious. I was going to have the items, but now I'm just sitting here watching everyone play for 30 minutes, and I want to run it back with game 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, one of the words used for someone who needs to get kind of, I would say, a tier hit in the game, like a place to be, is win condition. So for Stretch, if he's making top 25, one of the conditions to win for him is literally making it to that point and then pushing onwards towards that top 10, getting those points down. For Macwood, though, I feel like his win condition is always getting momentum early. So if he gets a few eliminations like he has right now too, he's a little bit more, I would say, spry moving through mid-game. He likes to take a few more fights, a few more beams. He's a little bit more fluid. And then he makes it to endgame that much more so often, getting all those points. Calc is also very similar. You have to remember, these guys are teammates when it comes to trios. They drop at the same spot. And they're very used to playing edge of zones, edge of the map. And when you're playing all the way from the backside, coming into the Fortnite map, that's when you have to look for opportunities, look for eliminations, and try to survive. Calc is in a fight with Aviv right now. He's taking big shots. He's actually getting taken out, so that's really bad for his tournament run today.
And if I'm not mistaken, Aviv is the player who managed to hunting rifle headshot snipe Calc last time. So I think there was a little bit of beef in there, a little bit of emotion, which we all know Calc can be prone to doing, but he goes down here in the fight. So he went down in the headshot snipe, obviously a difficult one. Player had all the advantages, but here it looked like a pretty even fight for the most part. And Calc goes down here to Aviv, and Aviv now looking great on his loadout, making his way back through, but there's a lot of people around, and they would have heard that fight break out. So Aviv maybe needs to move away from here a little bit quicker as Voom kind of lurking in the distance. As we're seeing our point format today. We talked about it a little bit, but again, it is so placement heavy. A Victory Royale is going to net you 14 points, where each elimination is 1. So you have to get 14 eliminations in these insanely stacked games to match a first place. And then obviously once you get into top 10, every single player that goes down gets you a point. And as you can see here, there's other thresholds at 15th, 20th, 25th, 30th, 40th, 50th, and 75th. So we've already given out 1 point for top 75. These players are going to be hunting down top 50 now.
Yeah, what this kind of format does is actually just make passive and aggressive players. I'm not going to say elim heavy or placement heavy. It just really shapes your play style overall. I'm going to give TJ that passive play type of style because we've seen him every single game edge around fights first, let people move around, go for tags, and once there's a guarantee, then he pushes in. There's a setup, nice tags, he gets a 66 damage down onto the shields of his enemy, and here are the shots. Here is the finish for this fight. Graska gets taken out. Perfect play from TJ. He's just playing that passive style.
Yeah, and he's got this edge, right? He took this fight on the edge. There's a few eyes on it, but no one really kind of edged into this one. No one took any third-party shots, so TJ closed that one out fast. And it's one of the harder things to do in the current meta. With those charged shotguns, quite often, if a player has the charged shotgun, they're cooking it up. You really have to be smart with how you get in to close the fight out quickly if you want to. Otherwise, that's when the third parties start breaking down. But TJ doing just that, looking in a good spot now. Zone pulls pretty far, and he takes no time to start making his rotate. Like I say, he's more of a passive player. He got his elimination. He got his loadout. He's going to avoid these players and go back to maybe an old build of his to make this rotation and just kind of hide behind this old wood wall.
Yeah, passive does not mean slow by any means. It doesn't even mean bad at fighting. It just means these guys like to play with information a lot more and don't like to engage fights immediately. They want to have an advantage. They want the server to move around them and then fit into where they are best. So TJ, we'll see him later on. I think these are two aggressive players side by side. 3 almost with AJ, who's also really good at box fights. They're simmering in these cones. They're waiting for their chance to strike. Macwood, 14 points. He might need a few more eliminations to bounce up. But you mentioned it, Aussie. This entire format is based around placement. If he gets taken out right now, he misses so many points that everyone else would get.
Yeah, he's just sitting in this cone. It's interesting to say he has no 1x1 beneath him. He has no builds beneath him to drop down into. So it looks like he's not really looking to take any shots here. And again, Storm Surge were already below the first threshold at 70, so I don't think that's going to become an issue here today. So he has his eliminations, he has his damage. He's looking like he doesn't want to take any shots. He can't even drop down to take those shots. He's just getting information. He's played aggressive so far. Now he's going to slow it down. He knows there's a player right next to him in that cone. Don't know if that player knows he's there as well, because he's made far less noise than his opponent, who has been moving, reloading, jumping up into the cone. He's just sitting pretty and waiting, and now that cone is being shot on, and that little edit through the floor is straight away the marker that someone is there, because it shows they've just edited the floor, as Macwood now is actually going to go in for it. Never mind, he goes in with the phase in. He does. He puts up that stair, throws the crash pad. It is one of the best ways to get into a player's box. I saw it popularized by Martos, and it is just such a clean, effective way to get in the box, and it doesn't have all the risk of going in through the walls where everything breaks apart and you kind of fly in and have to react. Macwood just drops straight in, gets a really nice shot.
He's got a game plan, laser focused there. He always wanted to dive in that box, was just looking for the perfect time to do so. What a good position to do it from, too. There's not too many people literally immediately around Macwood, so he has the freedom to do this without really getting this fight explosive and targeted by so many third parties. Still, though, there's one person on top trying to get greedy for this loot, too. You have to remember that a lot of people aren't going to be as well off as Mac. They don't have the weapons. They don't have the mat, so they might be diving into the box where Divine got taken out and looking for a few items there. But Macwood is good on defense and so good on flipping it over on Trick a little bit aggressively, too. That's another elimination. Mac is already at 4. He's playing an awesome game that he needs because his first 3 was not that good.
Yeah, he's coming back and playing his playstyle, and that's it. It's kind of crazy. It shows those players who've been around in competitive Fortnite for a long time, like Macwood, who can just go through 3 games, not really find their footing, and then somehow just kind of turn on a switch. Maybe he decided he's just going to play it more his style. He's going to play a bit more aggressive. Like you said, it's not just all about placement or eliminations. It's playing passive-aggressive, but at the same time, he's taking a lot of information there. You said it right. He went in for that fight when he knew there was not a lot of eyes around, and the third-party potential wasn't there. I feel like you hit it right on the head that a lot of people just assume that aggressive players aren't smart. It's just they choose when they're going to be aggressive based on the information they have, and they back their own mechanics. I just call it confident.
Yeah, confidence, passive aggressive. We can dive deeper too and talk about detachment and immersion, right? If you talk about and look at Mac and Calc separately this game, Calc just seemed a little bit detached overall in the fight. Didn't have too many builds left, was kind of desperate to get something going. Mac would even Prickly Boy right now. They're playing box to box with Crash Pads. They're very immersive. They're getting into these boxes, getting really real and nitty gritty into the competition. Mikey getting taken out immediately, and now Prickly Boy has even more Crash Pads to work with later on for rotation. But if you're in the fray of everyone, you are that much more aware about what's going on around you. Magnolia beaming you won't have that much of an effect if you're Prickly Boy. Macwood being right beside Divine won't be that threatened if he's more immersed, and being that much more engaged with everything just makes you that much more faster to react. Here's another one. Okay, you can have fast reactions. Doesn't matter if you're getting steamrolled by D-Roller.
I don't know if we can run that one back. The analysts, I know they're listening. Monster, Sundown. I don't know if we can get a replay on exactly what happened there. It looked like he just dolphin dived under the builds, and I don't know if Macwood was maybe just not on a cone with no floor, and he just kind of went in. I want to see exactly what happened there, because he got in and closed that out so quickly on a player that we've seen closing everyone else's games out, so it can turn that quickly.
One player, too, who I think has been playing a little bit too quick and now is detached, is Aspect. He got sniped down left and right, but getting these eliminations, that'll make him that much more immersed. That'll make him that much more active. 2 right now to start off this game and really just bounce him back, because we saw what happened, getting sniped, getting beamed really in the mid game, not even making it to a circle this small. Now he's active again, and you've seen what an end game looks like when Aspect is there. He has complete control of the mid ground. If he's low ground, he survives all the way to the end. We were talking about stretch, but his win condition too is hitting that top 25.
He's going to make it in there at this point, too. In this game, a lot of people going real aggressive on the edges. We see Bully here. We see Polarized say Acorn. We see Booger. This is not the kind of position I'd want to be in with these players going really aggressive as Acorn goes up, down, in and around, kind of editing his way through all these builds that he does have, but unfortunately doesn't even land a shot for all the effort, as Acorn needs to try and find something, as we're seeing a very decent open zone. This is pretty much inside Pleasant Park, I believe, and it's almost on none of the builds. There is no buildings here. There is no hills, no mountains, no water. This is like the most vanilla zone we're ever going to see, and as much as that might make it sound like it's easier, it's just going to reward those players who do have that consistency, as Acorn gets a really heavy shot in. Now the player's inside his builds. He's just trying to find his way through, and Bully goes down, and you said it's that immersion. He's amongst all these builds. He's around everything. He's not exposed, and Acorn manages to take down Bully, who is a player who in a lot of these situations you'd expect to win.
Acorn might be just too deep, though. He's on the outside of these boxes, so good for expanding right there for him, because a lot of people will be aiming to beam. I think for Acorn, it's more about making it to the end game and then getting active, getting immersed, because that's where we see him clutch up so hard. For day 2, it's been so hard for him to just make it past game number 2, taking on to game 3. Now in game 4, he's facing down more trouble. He gets absolutely deleted by Caster. Not so friendly there, not even a ghost, just a really big mountain to climb for Day, and it's not possible. He was first at one point, remember, and now he's just falling down the cracks to players who are rising up and trying to qualify in that top 50. A launch pad used by Caster to get to that half and half zone, a tree blocking his slight line too, so good for him. Here's the risky part, finding a place to stay that's actually really nice. Is that a crash pad to a launch pad? Nice. Or reversal?
Yeah.
Good. He's in zone, he's got the med kit, he's looking really good.
Yeah, it carries those kind of momentum across as well. As I think we're getting, here we go, we are getting the instant replay. We do love the spectator team. Thank you so much. We have the replay of exactly how D-Roller got in here and closed out this fight with Macwood. So he swims under the stair, and he does. He comes up and through. That's all it took. So Macwood was using the rotated stair towards himself to get a nice little angle underneath, and the only area that was exposed whatsoever, D-Roller just steamrolls in with the dolphin dive, and that was one of the cleanest closeouts I've seen, and something that you don't have the opportunity to do a lot. That was just really quick thinking from D-Roller.
It's clean and quick, but my hands are in the air right now, Aussie. I'm so sad for Macwood, because what a momentous game he's had to start off with 4 eliminations, and he goes out like that to a yellow ramp in a fight that he basically had no control. I hope he really brings it back in the next game.
And it's one of those ones that you think, how many times that actually going to happen? Like, I'm the kind of person who I can go back after a big mistake and feel better knowing that I won't make it again, but sometimes it burns even more and it feels even worse going down to plays like that just... It's just bad luck, honestly. It's just really unlucky. I can't imagine there's many situations you're going to be in where you're on a river, down river, with a rotated ramp where someone can go under it. It's just not something that happens a lot, so he needs to kind of pick up that mental. But like I said, he flicked on a switch coming into this game. There's no reason why he can't do it in these last 2 games as well. As Booger on 23 points is doing well, but if he wants to kind of maintain that dominance that Booger is known for in solos, obviously being a World Cup winner and came second last week, he needs to flick a switch, and that's a good start there with Jared's.
It might not be enough, though. 90 damage below Surge, now 60. He needs to deal some more. He needs to get some tack shots down. In the air, though, with a glider out, with an umbrella, you are not able to shoot, so he's not going to be able to find any tags right now until he lands. Where he lands, though, is also so important, because that will dictate who he gets to see, who he gets to beam. He might even be fighting a little bit for a high ground position here, but he's box to box. Look at the chaos, though, with so many players just trying to find their own boxes to survive. There are some shots from Booga. Now he's above Surge. Now he has another elimination elimination. That's on Noral. He gets absolutely taken out in expert precision and speed. TJ is surviving onto Voom. Bugha is now moving up to a better spot. It's Suesuo who has the spot, though, for high ground.
Yeah, so Reverse 2K in his lobby, so we got some of those big names up there, really looking to shake the top of the leaderboard up. Reverse wanting to make a big name for himself here. Furious still in this one as well, hitting that crash pad that I think about 8 different players hit the same crash pad. That obviously means as much as they're all getting the rotations, Reverse gets another elim, they're going in the same path. They can fall in the exact same box, and that's the problem. The crash pad's a great bit of rotation, but it leaves an open pathway to you if you don't pop it, as Reverse is back in a shambles position. But last time we saw him in this position, he did pull it off. He has the pepper popped, so he's going to be moving a lot faster to front side, has the builds, has the minis, and he finds time to get them off as he slips in time top 30 as Suesuo is on the high ground. He doesn't have the caddy loot though, so we're gonna have to see if maybe he can hold this. Maybe he has information that's not in the lobby, because most players who don't have that in hand are usually not trying to stay up here. He does have the crash pads if he gets knocked out to make a quick rotate back in, which is creating some of the most insane plays we have seen so far in this tournament. Who Fishy picks up another elimination, and Suesuo is looking great up here. He's just making his way through in nice and slow.
He's making his way through nice and slow, but you have to remember the people near the top have a lot of eliminations when they went off of height. It's going to be a long game, too. Nice pickup there onto Nosh, I believe. That's a huge pick, too, for the end game. He's literally just beaming, but it's going to be a very, very long game. 15 people left. Absolute natural low ground. This will mean that everyone has even footing when they're down below there, like Reverse 2K. They'll be able to take shots. They'll be able to get siphons, and wow, Sway, you are in the best spots for beams, and he's finding the nice angles, the right angles to take shots in. 90 degrees, 180 degrees, it doesn't matter. He's getting every single beam possible. Polarized is surviving by just 1 HP on low ground. Suesuo is still throwing down beams all the way from height. Clicks is trying to hold his own in his own box. Owl gets taken out once again. XMB's in this game. Hoofishy pops up top with a quick shot onto Clicks. What an amazing elimination. No, that's Okus that takes him up, but he did the damage. Now it's a 3-way box fight down below, and this entire lobby is going to its final moments.
And Reverse right now is racking up those points. We're inside top 10. Every player that goes down is an extra point for Reverse. He went into this game, though, on a 9-point deficit behind Clarity, who's not here. Can Reverse make it up? And no, he can't. Reverse falls down in 6th place. Suesuo making his way down slowly. You touched on it, Shio. Right now, these end games right now, the high ground's been the advantage until this point, but you have to jump down. You have to get into the fray. You have to go toe-to-toe. Can he close it out with only 4 people remaining, Shio?
Sway's trying to make it all the way towards the top, but it's Hoofishy who could take first place right now. It's 3 people alive. XNB gets taken out. Sway still has control of height, but look at the cost. Look at his mats to get to this point. 4 eliminations, yes, but how long can he actually hold on to? It's 100 mats that he has left. A crash pad being thrown down, but it's not enough to deflect the player who's going for height. I don't know who it is. It might be Hoofishy. He takes a crash pad out. Still, it's a build fight. 1v1. Where's the last player? Tack shots. It's Hoofishy who gets taken out by Sway. One person is still left. Is he heel gaming? I have no idea where he is. He could be down below. He's going for tap shots. Yes, his player's finally inside the zone. Sway is going for shots. Drops down. Zephyr was there to survive till 2nd place. Wasn't enough for Hoofishy to stay all the way in 1st. What a game with complete actions all the way around.
Yeah, Zephyr just hanging around there. He wasn't doing any crazy action. We'll have to see exactly how he closed that one out, because he was just in amongst it. So we're going to throw it over the analyst and Zeke to break down exactly how he did what he just did. He came 2nd.
Great cast, guys. Of course, Zephyr there finding himself to 2nd place. You know, we'll have to see if we can get some things on that a little bit later, but from what I could see, it looked like just some pretty tactful plays, right, guys? Just kind of navigating where he needed to, being and hiding in corners to try and hit the placement. At least that's what it looked like from our point of view.
Really, the story of that game was everyone just doing their best to make a push up the leaderboard. We always talk about how kind of the first 3 games set the foundation for the tournament, but really game 4 and 5 establish where you're going, and game 6 is your final push. And we saw a number of players able to execute on their strategies to get a solid number of points to push themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see how things are going on the leaderboard and where players can find themselves here in game number 4. There's only 2 games left to go before we walk away with a top 50 Ghost Clarity. Whoa, my brain. 38 points there in 1st place, 10 eliminations. Reverse 2K, though, still holding on, trying to push forward. Jelty now is, and I guess Hoofishy as well, both are making that push, MDF.
Yeah, and this is how it's looking, right? Things are getting tighter at the top, where before it was a breakaway performance from a few. All of a sudden now we're getting the mix-up. The dice are being rolled, and no one is safe. So the top 10 is easily breakable, right? Anyone can break that glass ceiling and get right into the competition. Players who are still holding strong on the 2nd page, though. Booga, Owl, Miro, right? Okis. These are players that have been consistent or just consistent enough to stay relevant, but hasn't had anything major happen in the last few games to really propel themselves on over into the next pages.
38 points is that cutoff in the #1 spot. So really, I mean, even someone like top 20, right? 24 points, you just have a stellar game, but Victory Royale is worth the 14, so that could rocket them up the standings here. Bandit, another person we saw not that long ago, Riverson eliminated there, I believe in top 30 in the last game. But I mean, still, boys, it's pretty close. Not quite as close as EU, but I still feel like anything can happen.
I feel like from top to bottom, it's actually a little bit closer in terms of EU. It feels like that first page and this, maybe even the second page with 2 games left, there's still plenty of potential. If somebody is able to steal a clutch win, even just a 5-6 elimination plus the 14 on top, 20 points is a massive swing. That's just over 50% of what first place has right now. So you're really able to get yourself in contention. But the question is, who's going to capitalize on the opportunity in the fact that 3 of the top players who were on that leaderboard went down early last game, and you could see right there a number of players who were able to make their move and really rocket themselves into the top 10.
Yeah, there's a lot of players, right? Especially coming into these next set of games, there's players that are making moves kind of in the background, right? They're these sharks in the water that are just waiting for their opportunities to strike.
Yeah, and we'll see here them striking with those 3 players down, and we talked about it. So we're going to take a look here, starting off with Macwood. Now, the key to this one is talking about how those early eliminations don't necessarily always translate into the game you want. And while we saw a lot of these on program and him doing a good example of what he looks like when he's able to get his rhythm down, unfortunately going down immediately after these and not really able to convert his strong start into what would normally be a good string of placement points.
Look at this entry right here. It's the one that we broke down earlier, showing you guys the new ways you can get in with the crash pad from right up above. And Macwood does it excellently in this competition, but it's also going to be the results that gets him dropped by D-Roller in just a little bit. But, I mean, look at this. Setting up the pre-edits here, right? Allowing players to jump in like a trap door. That's a trick right there. And this is how it all kind of plays out. And someone who's going to make huge strides up the standings, and where I wanted to highlight them is Hero right here. This is someone who's on the other footing, playing for the end game and catching the frags when they matter most. And it propels him all the way on up to that first page.
Yeah, we saw him just inside the top 10, largely on the back of this performance, and that's really what it's about, having that one clutch moment to put yourself in contention and then being able to hang on. You can see the single-digit builds with the rifle fire and just happening to be the one to get that last tick, carrying himself over, and then the aggression to punish Owl, who's trying to go in there and play Luke Goblin. Some really good picks coming out from Hero and showing how to execute on the mid-ground tarp when you have limited numbers of builds, making sure he resolves that fight, dropping down, getting as much of the resources, but unfortunately able to turn around. As now we hop on board here with Illis, another player who we've seen a lot of, who is able to make a solid push-up again. The top 5 is where so many of those placement points end up coming through, and if players are able to just sneak in there with a couple of eliminations, all of a sudden you see yourself in contention for that top spot.
Yeah, Zeke made the point perfectly, right? It can swing back either which way. One good game. So going from 9 points this game, Illis is going to swing up in a 9-point swing towards his favor here, grabbing up 20, and which all of a sudden he goes from like back page, right? Not even near top 50, now knocking on the door for top 50. And here's Who Fishy, someone who's been consistent in doing it as well. All the way up here now is going to find Illis right in the exchange right here, and then find himself all the way, literally soldiering his way to the final moments, to the final engagements. We didn't really get to see his perspective too much. This one was on the 2-shot, but it is showing you that he's playing that low ground, he's playing it well, and he's been consistently gathering his focus to make it through the end game.
And his ability to convert on the elims was the difference between his other games. He's been racking up a lot of placement points, but now getting a number of clutch eliminations, and right there at the end, unfortunately, will end up falling just after picking that one up to Sway, who rocketed himself back up. But again, both those players now inside the top 5. And as we go into game number 5, shout out to Prodigy Analytics, any player who's in the top 25 right now still has a very much so realistic shot of taking that number 1 spot. So this has been one of the most competitive rounds we've seen yet in the FNCS with 2 games remaining.
And it's partly due to the fact that the top are falling, so it's giving the others that time to rise up with the tide.
guys. I mean, the hype could not be any more. Like, last week, I was excited. I was like, man, these games are going to be incredible. Today, though, these guys, EU and NAEs, have said, you know what, guys? Listen, we gave you like the pretty strong games. We'd say like a B. Today's like an A. All right, that means heats A+, finals A++. We'll see. With that being said, guys, we're getting ready to hop into game number 5 here in NA East of the FNCS. So let's send it back over to Aussie Antics and Shy Wager to get us in.
It's been a day of pressure with reputations on the line, and in Game 5, it's make it or break it for every player playing in NA East today. Ghost Clarity holds the crown right now at first place, but how long will that last with many hands reaching for the throne? I'm Shy Wager, this is Aussie Antics, and we're here to wrap up the day for you in NA East.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those games where normally last week we had like these storylines coming out of like who's going to take it, is it Stretch, is it Booger, but right now we can't do that because it's anyone's game, and I can't overstate how actually incredibly exciting that is. Anyone can take this in the last 2 games. Dubs having that great first game and having to reach now as well. 18 points, not so far off the pace, but needs to kind of solidify something here. But we have so many names to look out for who can take it. Can it be one of the old Vanguards holding it down? Can we see another person come out on top? Or is it going to be an entirely new name as Dubs comes around the corner with a really nice 57 tag? He's trying to find his way into this one. As shots come out, I believe that must be a henchman taking the shots, and it is. And Dubs hits the dance this time. A little bit of payback. He gets the final laugh on Rocks, but we have 1 game to go. Who is going to be the one who takes it in the final game?
Okay, so Dubs is making it right now. He is in this game once again. He was absent from the last few, but 19 points. He can really revitalize here and get back up to where he's used to. Top 10, top 15, there's a chance. Aviv, though, has been the man to contain the beast from Craggy Cliff's young calculator every single game. Will he do it again in this one? No sniper rifle in tow, so he won't have that big boomstick to start off the fight. Many different rivalries all around the map.
A lot of rivalries breaking down. Aviv, to see if he can kind of hold something here. It's a good little drop. He gets so much loot of this quite easily as we see 2 players over at Risky in a bit of a scuffle as Zexro takes down Glace. So one of those players having that early game aggression. We saw that already. It looks like maybe Zexro is holding down Orchard, and that is going to be his drop. That is where they ran into each other before. Zexro didn't start the day there, but he's finding a lot more purchase in these final games as Aviv comes up with that legendary pistol. The 52 double headshot, some serious damage coming out. That's enough for him to want to crash pad in and really make this fight a fiesta as he comes through and gets another tag onto the opponent, though, so he's damaged both these guys. It might be Prickly. It is, as Prickly Boy who goes down. Notice the skin, and Aviv picks up the double elimination. That's 2 eliminations here, but I wanted to talk about this. Last game, Prodigy Analytics came through with the insane statistics that if any player has more than 3 eliminations going to fifth zone, they have never made top 10. Aviv here looking to break that, though, as that is 2 eliminations that happened quick, and he gets them out of the way fast, so he could be the one to break the curse, but it's showing out today that early game aggression is not paying off too much when it comes to the long run.
They get in way too over their heads. They get in way too deep. I mean, Reverse, I don't think is a perfect example of that, but there's been a little bit of a sprinkle in his gameplay in that sense. In the first game, he was looking so good all the way up top in the top 2. I think even in the first place after that nice win with the Shockwave launcher. But after not having it, after not fueling that nice aggression, he's kind of just been teetering off. Yes, he's in second overall, but I'm pretty sure he wants to hold on to first. And he's just not there in gaining that, I would say, nice reputation, gaining that win and the comfortability of holding a spot rather than chasing a title.
Yeah, and holding a spot has kind of been the story of a lot of these games and a lot of the regions. It really is those players at the top that have held on to it, and they've kind of run away with it a little bit. Arkroom, Stretch, we've seen Benji Fishy in EU as well, but this is a real scrappy tournament here today. There's a lot of people really close to that top or around the middle too. That top 50 is looking pretty heated, and a lot of these players here have already qualified. They're inside that top spot, but there's a lot trying to break their way up into there, and they don't need to play too fast, but they're going to have to play consistent in their last 2 games as Pendush on 30 points is looking very, very good at Sweaty, and there's not a lot of people around him. So Sweaty looking like a pretty good drop so far as he's making his way through, just gathering some of those materials back. And he has what is a pretty favorable first zone here. I don't think that Sweaty has been copying too many of these zones here today. So this might be Pandush's game to really jump up there.
Yeah, Pandush is fighting people like Acorn, Swaysuo, and Day. These guys have come either first place at some point or just in the top 3 at the end of these games. We haven't really seen Pandush there. But in general, if he just gets 1 more elimination, he ties with them overall for 5th place. So we'll see if that's possible. In front of him, though, it's Who Fishy, then Jelty, then Reverse 2K, and then Clarity right after that. So very close game overall. It's separated by around 7 points, so just half of really placement overall offered in this game. Calc is active. We're back to stackers, though, now. 80 people still left alive. At this point, usually we would see 70 at some point. But everyone is just trying to keep their hopes alive, their dreams alive for this FNCS solos right here. And Ace Day 3 Pandouches in another box. Blake treated like an absolute bot there. Eliminated in record time.
He goes straight through, and I was going to comment on the fact that he wasn't going in through the roof like we saw Mac would use so clinically, but Pandouche pushing Blake right up against that wall, and because it was that wooden wall that he did not own, he had nowhere to go, as Jelty now hanging around Slurpy Swamps. So that drop that's already changed the tournament so much. This season, as it progressed, the map progressively changed quite a lot. We saw Benji Fishy actually taking advantage of Slurpy Swamps last week, finally being exposed, finally emerging out of the water, and Benji Fishy finally emerging as that player to win a major tournament off the back of it, and Jelty looking to do the same here today with 34 points playing out of Slurpee. It's a drop that has now been proven to have a winning position, and Jelty looking pretty good here for it, but unfortunately doesn't have the best meds or mobility actually, but he's got this kind of Slurpee Swamps to hang around. I don't think he's dropped here. I think he's more just rotated through to get what he can to get back into the game. They can jump straight up there as well. Akon is going to kind of play it slow, play his game the way he has been today. And that's the thing now. We saw Zexro change up his game strategy, and he did really well towards the end, but I think it's a bit too late for that. These players have to play what they've been playing. I highly doubt a really big change in game 6 is going to do it for him, as we saw Stretch try to go caddy corners and have a big gameplay strategy and not really work for him, as Clicks here in a box fight that we know he is so comfortable with, as Larson trying to push back a little bit here, maybe realizing what he's up against. No, he's going aggressively in forward on it, and Clicks trying to get those rotated edits off. You'll almost never see Clicks mess up one of those edits, so Larson really has to play some perfection if he wants to win it, and Clicks comes out with the edit just like that. Larson goes down, Clicks gets the elimination, and Clicks hitting the dance, and ooh, I think we're seeing a little bit of one of the new skins. I actually, obviously during the cast, haven't been here to even check out what this is called, but it's looking pretty clean here. Clicks rocking it, and he hitting the new emote as well, and he's going to make his way back out of this one, and he is really dancing on this player right now. Clicks rubbing the salt in the wounds. We know he is a performer first, and then I feel like a competitive player second these days, but I say that 18 points, he has been insanely consistent, making all 3 final days, so he's looking really good here to close this one out, as Day is looking to continue to have a good day, and this is Day and Sway, so they're very close on the leaderboard and very close on the map right now.
Yeah, to note, like, the big thing for this game is who's going to be stopped and not allowed to play. It might be Sway right here from Day. They're side by side on the boards. Day is looking to just go right all the way ahead. He has the wall on the edits. This is the ramp that's trickiest to get, though. So many options to actually disengage from that bad spot. But Day is right behind Sway right now. He's right on the wall. He's looking for the next shot over. Another ramp to kind of traverse over. It's not going to be fast enough for Day. He's on the next wall. There's a third party, so Day has the option for a huge edit. The tack shots will be there, and Sway stopped in game 5. A big player who was so phenomenal, monumental in the last game we just watched on High Ground. He will not be here for this game. He will have to wait, frozen in time, as everyone passes him in the lobby.
And we talked about as well, you talked about the reverse early on getting that caddy launch. We talked about last game with Sway getting high ground. It's those conditions that make you a little bit skeptical of how can they hold on to it when that position they were in was such a powerful position, but it's one that only one player in the whole lobby is going to get. It's why you look at those players more like Stretch, who are playing the kind of mid and low ground in those less powerful positions so consistently to get those points, as Zeph, who we saw last game, Zebra, I think, in the end game came second, just kind of hiding around that end game. He honestly played it really well. It wasn't as flashy, but it was a great performance, and he might need a little bit of flash here, though, as he's in a fight here on the edge of the zone. There's not too many eyes on it, but looks like this player is not going to disengage or let him away from it, so Zeph needs to do something big to get this fight, or maybe proving that he's just strong enough for Man to stop pushing and try and close this one out.
We'll have some stalemates every now and then between these players, but everyone wants to get in, wants to fight. Main Tori, 2 points, really needs to just get aggressive in these early games. Needs to get some eliminations to pad up those placements, but wow, he's just looking a little bit too slow there. Zep picks them up in quick fashion, pads his stats. 23, he rises. That's another player who is not allowed to change the story that he's made so far. Another player who does not pass the barrier of Game 5.
And it's those players that are down in those lower points that can really throw things off here, but they're being proven why they're at that lower end. Maybe just being a little bit out of their league here, a bit out of their depth in these final games. The semifinals are so different. You've only got 2 hours and you've got 7 games. It normally does reward those players who can get eliminations, but then getting into finals only has 2 points on the board coming into these last 2 games. Unfortunately for that player, Clarity, complete different end of the spectrum. 39 points. Clarity looking incredibly good right now. New signing for Ghost, trying to get a big placement on the board. Obviously qualified for World Cup. Haven't seen him do as much insane since, especially recently in Chapter 2, but a great performance here today. Even with the last, a poor final 2 games, he's done very, very well. And I think someone that not a lot of people would have had eyes on to do well today. Definitely not someone you'd consider an underdog, but wasn't up there in that big names like with Stretch, Booger, those players who've been placing consistently. But Clarity showing that anyone can show up on the day, and that is what Fortnite Solos is about.
Yeah, he's definitely a person that gets thrown into situations, Clarity. Never the one to take control. But this time, I think we're seeing a brand new side of someone getting into end games, controlling his own lair, surviving on low ground like he usually does, but with a new flair. So I want to see if he's into a pit here too in this fight to the finish. He's been playing out. He's going to keep those turning. He's going to be absolutely fine. This is the wood box right now, but with the mats he has, with the loot that he has in his inventory, this is just looking like an endgame pop-off Clarity that we're waiting to just see explode.
Yeah, he's in such a good spot. 109 above Storm Surge, only 1 player having to go down before that happens. And that's what I want to touch on too. Last game, Shire, I would not have predicted Storm Surge to go active or even a strong warning coming into that final game, but it did, as we see that Clarity has more final games with 10 plus points in 4 of them than any other NA East player. So just like that, Clarity is showing his flair here to get to these end games. And as I was mentioning, they're playing out really slow once you get to the end. We only have 71 alive, which would not be considered insanely stacked, which is quite ridiculous for how many players that is. But then it's those players that are making it to the end that have the composure and they're just surviving. We're seeing those later Storm Surge become more of an issue than the first 1 or 2.
Yeah, and there's a hidden story here too, which is why Surge is being shown up, which is why people are still playing close to the chest. Yes, we have a lot of people who've qualified, but they're these one-off players who haven't made it to the top 50 yet, like Main Tour you got taken out before, who are still trying to push for that 21-point mark, the 22-point mark. TJ's ahead of it. I'm not sure if he's qualified before or not, but it looks like the way he's playing today, he's playing very smart. He's playing top 50. He's not looking at further how he can actually push.
Yeah, TJ's got that epic pistol in hand. He gets the beautiful shots onto Clicks. He takes him out. Clicks is gone. Ooh, sorry, I think we got a bit of technical difficulty with Shy. I'm not sure, kind of caught up for me. Not sure how it sounded at home. I apologize. TJ takes down Clicks here, coming out of Pleasant. It's that epic pistol. It's had a lot of kind of discussions around it. Is the pistol to play over the assault rifle? We're seeing some of the best use it, and TJ putting it to work there. That 52 headshot can seriously do some damage, as TJ now not only has got the elimination, he's also cleared his rotate. He's just now making this entire rotate for free with no one around him.
Mac with 2s, and we've seen him stop for. He needs to get to that 21 mark to stay above that top 50.
Trying to get those shots around the corner. He's got to make that rotate ahead. He's got such a good loadout. He probably doesn't want this fight to happen right now. We saw that aggression earlier in the games kind of go against him. He had that steamroller and he got stopped so quickly by D-Roller, who just rolled straight through him. Macwood now just making this rotate, using those wood builds just to kind of get in a little bit safer and push this player off him, because he's got everything he needs to close this game out. He doesn't want to throw it here, right on this player that's aggressively pushing him from behind, who really is not letting him hit the rotate. Quite often in these situations, you'll take the shots to make the person in front of you build, so you have some cover, but they won't aggressively play it like this. Macwood probably getting very confused, and Macwood's a very aggressive player. You don't want to tempt him. He's now hit you for whites twice. There's a very good chance he'll push onto you or try to find you like he is now, just shooting through these hedges on the edge of Holy Hedges, trying to find a beam in there and just get that elimination, which is looming for him now. He's going now. He's pushing into a box fight now. He's actually going into a bit of a build fight. He is going with it, and there it is. He does. He takes down his Illest. A player I'm very confused to see going that aggressive on edge. Someone with a lot of competitive experience, and now we see Macwood approaching the edge of Calc. We haven't seen too many of these teammates going head-to-head today, and Macwood and Calc, teammates, but I think teammates no longer. They have a bit of a tumultuous relationship like that, splitting and going back together with Zexro quite a lot, as Nosh and Reverse 2K are in a bit of a fight now, and Reverse is spraying out Nosh, but he's in a good spot. He's just laying down this pressure, and Reverse is looking really safe.
Hey, Ozzy. Nice
hello,
to see
Baller.
How you doing?
How are we? I'm doing very great. Welcome to the cast. Very happy to have you.
Yeah, dude. Fantastic catch so far, and a fantastic tournament, too. Verse 2K has been playing so well. You guys have been touching on it over and over. 37 points and a pretty decent position, but this zone rotate going to be slightly difficult with the congestion on his side.
Yeah, he's got a lot of people around here, a lot of big names that you would not want to be congested near as well. Nosh, Degen, Demir underneath him. He's going to have to make a smart rotate with no mobility. So is it going to be just going to hit the foot? He's going to try and rotate behind, which I think that might be XMB with the classic Peely loadout. But is he going to hit the foot, or is he going to have to wait for someone to use mobility? It looks like he might be waiting to see if someone else drops something down for him to be able to recycle up and use.
Where does it go? Is there going to be anybody who actually does that? And he seems to have a free rotate. He's caught it. Something here has triggered really well for him. He's almost free. Pretty much no builds. He's going to go in this box. Oh, an impact potentially, which he's been missing, but just barely. Oh, so he barely hangs on to that. A risky play, but it pays off in spades.
That was a scary one. I was going to say the reverse doesn't normally go for these plays. He's not normally seen going for these refreshes, and maybe that's why reverse looked a little bit shaky. Honestly, the shakiest we've seen him all day. It's incredible that players can look so comfortable and so composed in endgame, but in that little mid-ground fight there, reverse looked a bit out of his depth, but luckily had the health and shield advantage, which carried him through. He gets the elimination. He's looking pretty good for it now. His loadout is still quite strong, and he's almost made that difficult rotate that you were talking about.
But has everything he needs to get back up into this, but he didn't box it up on the backside. Now this player's spraying the AR. Thankfully, he can hold that, but he needs to get something back. No! It's Nosh who pushes through, and Reverse 2K is stuck at the 38 points that he's left with.
Nosh takes him down. It looks like we're rocking the Axolotl skins right now. The sign of the aggression. Clicks and Nosh both getting in with it as Acorn getting a little bit of a replay here earlier in the day. Oh no, don't do it. Acorn on the roof of this right now. He's on the roof of the gas station just farming it out, trying to see where these sniper shots are coming from, and standing still. Acorn, it's the second last game. You can't make mistakes like that. You saw a sniper shot come out and then stood still and just waited for the second one to fly, and it did. And Acorn, who's playing so well today, gets taken out. He'll be very frustrated with that.
So unfortunate. Now Reverse 2K and Acorn players who were in the top 10 fall before we get into this end game, and that is an issue. I mean, thinking back to Reverse 2K, obviously the impact that he went for, it paid off, but then just a lapse in attention for the time being as another player is able to sneak in. Now a big opportunity here for Clarity G, who's in the center of this congestion right now and looking very good.
He's looking very good. It's just his lapse of judgment. It's just such a simple thing, just not boxing out, just not pulling up the builds. And maybe he was a bit rattled from that fight, because honestly, he went in with all guns blazing, confident, and it went south very quickly. And I think he was still reeling from the fight. He was still trying to get his footing back into the game as we see Aspect trying to find his way through this one now. He's going to go in with the crash pad. He does. That was an incredibly good play. Takes down Pandush, who was in 8th coming into this game. Pandush had a chance, and we see Aspect, who's not that many points behind, causing a big upset and just taking advantage of that focus there. Pandush was just focusing with the AR because he thought he was safe in his fully built metal box, but this is what the crash pads have put into the game. Anyone can get in on you at any time.
I like this confidence out of Aspect as well. The patience for him to wait until that player was firing off to use that crash pad in. But then this is where Aspect shines. Back in the day, the king of impacts at the start of everything. And he will start one off in the 5th zone. Curious where Aspect has been landing in these placements in these games, because right now he's kind of middling in the pack, at least from what I saw, less than the 30 points that we have on Day. 36, definitely got to be up there.
Day's looking pretty good. I believe Aspect's been dropping at the Shark, which again is one of those drops that's obviously emerged recently. So taking advantage of that. That's where he was dropping last week anyway. In the 2 days that he did qualify for finals, we saw him holding that drop down. Maybe he's finally secured and no one's contesting him, as Day now trying to see what he can do in this end game with 3 eliminations already. And this is before that. It's going into that first rotating zone now. So it's a pretty far zone, but he hasn't got too many people ahead of him. They're all boxed up on the other side of him, and they're the ones who have very difficult rotates right now. Day actually looking to be in a good position to close this one out.
And I still see some other names too. Who Fishy in the background as well, who's been playing out of his mind. Definitely been in top 5 this entire tournament. And so him and Day definitely going to be dueling. But there's still some big threats, and obviously 41 people alive in the 6th zone. There's a lot to still be done in this game, and it's now going to start moving with 40 alive.
And Day's got the launch pad, he's got the crash pad, he's got a lot of choice and mobility. Using the launch pad, unfortunately, it just hits the cone on the wrong angle, but now he's going to make his rotate straight to front side, looking really, really good. Going to box up here on low ground, maybe wait and reset to go with one of those crash pads. He does. He's going to keep focusing on staying on that front side. He's going to link those crash pads together, get that extra momentum, and just keep pushing forward. 288 above Storm Surge. Everything is looking great for him, but Clarity has just fallen in the feed, so our first place is down. So we're looking for those players like Jelty as well to jump back up here, but Day, this could be his moment to really overtake it. He has that legendary shotgun in hand as well. He comes up, puts it to use 98 with no charge, straight in with a shot. He's coming in now with the epic AR as well. He's got such a good loadout, but unfortunately can't put out the damage with those superior weapons, but he didn't use anything for that, so he's going to jump back down, and he's conditioned this area around him now.
But doesn't need that impact right there. Does not need that elimination. He still has a couple of crash pads to start using, and he will start using those. Still has materials too. So plenty of time still in his hands. Who's on height? It's Ral against Who Fishy. Who Fishy might make a play. There's a couple crash pads off of height. Here's back to Aspect, and he's still up in this. 26th place for him, and finding an Elim. Oh, almost hits the shots. Another player lands by him. Kalk as well in his first endgame of the day, and he'll take height, and he'll take out Ral as well. So starting to do something here is Calculator.
And Who Fishy looking to try and make a play for high ground too, but on Calculator, a player that is very, very scary in these positions. He has been in competitive Fortnite since the dawn of time. His high ground plays are beautiful. He can control it, and Who Fishy staying very close to that layer, needs to be careful. Believe he's leaving himself a little bit exposed here. He's trying to find these angles through the floor though, as he's got a pretty good layer, but he is running on absolute fumes right now. 22 builds, no health, no meds, no mobility. He needs a big play, and this is going to be it. This is Who Fishy's tournament right here. 5th game. Can he get the refresh to close this game out, or does he have to sit back and back it up? Game 6, we're gonna have to wait for him to try and make it here. Does he drop down? Because he's now getting focused from high ground. He just wants to stay on this layer and get those placements, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. He needs a refresh, baller.
I like that though, dropping down to the crash pad, and it's Miro who takes him out. I was gonna say a big threat, but what a shot through the air, and still the attention span to make sure he doesn't get cracked from down below. A player made the edit on him. It's still Calc on height. Steens is right next to Who Fishy, but also a lot of players down low. Booga in front of him too. But Who Fishy might be the threat. He's outside his zone. Hopefully he has something to be able to get back into this and actually fight, contend for this top 15 now.
He needs something to get back in this. This low ground's looking pretty good, though. We've seen this time after time. That high ground position that Calc is on is so strong to close it out, but you have to go down toe-to-toe like Zepp is doing right now. This is 2 good games from him back-to-back. He is feeling the momentum. He closed out last game with a 2nd. Can he do it again, or better? Can he take down the 1st? And he is. He's going for another elimination. He's got another one. 4 eliminations now. He has taken down Sizzlucky. Zepp now inside top 8. He's playing this so well, and he's sitting back. He's got those floppers. He's just getting that extra breathing room, seeing what's going on around him, sitting in Storm when no one else is. Riversan falls down to Aspect. That is 2 huge competitive names as Zepp now gets on front side ultra low. We saw how good he was here last time, ball. He came 2nd. I don't know if he has what he needs to close it out. Jumps around the wall, gets a really heavy shot. He is now into top 5, and he is looking so good with the grappler in hand too.
He does got that to get up the hill, and he uses it perfectly. Still 65 builds as well to be able to hold off against Calc and Aspect, Mars, and Steens, who are still all up in this. Steens falls as I speak. Aspect is playing way back in the zone. That's a big threat. Calc might not even know that he's there.
He's got to try and take the high ground off him. Can he get up and take the high ground, or is Zepp going to control it from the low ground? It's going to be a sandwich closeout. He does get the edit out. This tack, his aim has been perfect. I don't think we've seen Zepp miss yet. Is he going to miss finally, though? It's the 1v1. It is. It is Zepp versus Calc. Does he come 2nd place twice in a row, or is it his chance to take the podium? The edit comes out. The shotgun aims. Zepp, I think, misses his first shot so far, or no. Calc blocks off with the build. Zepp comes around. Can he close it out? The shockwave breaks it out. The AR aim is almost as good as the shotgun, but it's just not good enough, and Calc closes out. Zepp gets 2 2nd place finishes back to back.
But there's also some big names who start to rise as well. Riversan, Calculator, and Aspect, they all had massive impact on that top 5. And because of that, there's a lot up in the air. It was already close, but it just gets closer. So we're going to go back into the studio with the analysts and check out how these standings are actually going into the last game.
Man, quite the end game there. Yet again, though, we see that Kit's launcher just causing chaos there. Calc with the calculated play, I guess one could say, launching him out into the storm. Now, he did have the grappler, but I just don't think, with 20 HP in the storm ticket for 10, I just don't think there was any way that could have gone any differently.
Wouldn't have been able to catch himself there, but Calculator didn't need his calculator there in terms of the angles. Found it brilliantly shot. The shockwave keeping him back in the zone and just giving him the ability to outlast Zephyr right at the end.
yet again. As I said, another second place, but still second place is enough to rack up points. And we'll take a look at the leaderboard. My brain is going crazy today. We'll take a look at the leaderboard here in just a moment. For now, we got to talk about what's happening at the top. There's a lot of things unfolding here, and when we do take a look at the leaderboard, we'll see it's very, very close. Gentlemen, you guys are going to break this down for us. A lot of these players are within striking distance. Right now, no one is safe.
Yeah, it's such a tight run at the top. We have a multitude of players right here. We're talking Day, Clarity, Who Fishy, all of a sudden swinging their way up. And this is because of the fact that it's been so volatile. Players that are turning up and then turning off. It's been a day of offline and online here in the NA East region. And I mean, it gets even crazier because you have players like Zephyr from 23 points. All of a sudden, this endgame was absolutely ridiculous. It puts him in contention to top 10, and we've been saying it over and over and over again. If you're in the second page, you're in the conversation, and Zephyr showing that why mental fortitude and just sticking to your game plan can be so good. I mean, he's just ruthless here with the charged shotgun AR follow-ups, and he catches every impact and then is able to maximize his playstyle by picking up all the loot in the process, extending his duration in this endgame. Just look at him go. Even the upgrades right here, Sundown.
Yeah, some good close quarters combat there going on, swapping over to that epic tactical shotgun. I think the key here is his movement, making sure he's getting into angles right there, rounding the other side of Owl, making it difficult to get around. But to notice for Zephyr right now, pushing himself way up the leaderboard just goes to show how valuable those top 3, top 5 placements are. If you're able to get all of those placement points, yes, he falls a little bit short of the victory royale both times, but just from placements alone, he's able to get 24 points from those 2 second places back to back. And now being able to add a couple of eliminations, all of a sudden, with 1 game left, he's in an opportunity to potentially take the entire qualifier home. But just also appreciate how good this endgame from Calc is with the pressure over in the storm, using the shockwave launcher both to launch himself into the zone and to launch Zep backwards. I mean, that's something you would expect from a person named Calculator.
And not only that, the significance of having players like Aspect make it to endgame, Who Fishy also fragging off, pushing himself up the chain. We're going to see in just a bit how that's going to stand in the leaderboards, and you guys are going to be blown away by how close it is. But even Aspect, again, turning up, right? We haven't seen much of Aspect, but in recent times, Reverse 2K all of a sudden is relevant again. Aspect relevant again, right? In solo settings where you'd least expect players to shine.
Guys, coming into the final game, let's take a look at the standings. This is where things heat up because it is not only a tie there in the first and second place, but it is out till top 8 right now that could be in striking distance heading into the final game. Day right now tied with Clarity, and it's only the victory royale that is separating them right now.
That's the victory royale being the tiebreaker, but we talked about just how close it is. Remember, a victory royale by itself before any eliminations is 14 points. If any of these players were able to take away the final match, they have enough just from placement to overtake the top there. Let's flip it over. And even again, now, if you throw a victory royale onto 20th place, Hero would go all the way up to 43, and he would have the tiebreaker over the top. All of the players who are in the top 20 are realistically in contention. This is the closest final we've seen yet across the FNCS, and most certainly the closest one we've had on broadcast.
And it's only getting better from here because players like Booga are also tied for nearing top 10, right? So we know we're going to see some upsets and some huge shakeups. And look, the 29-point threshold goes all the way down to the 23rd placing here. And this is how much is on the line. This is how much is riding here. So there are so many names that can realistically snatch a top 3 or first place from the entire tournament. And we've seen it happen before when first place falls. What can happen, right? This just happened in EU, except it was maybe half the names that were in contention. And now we have double, if not triple the amount of players that can realistically take first place.
Yeah, so even Calc there, who was on the last page, if he just repeated his performance from last game, which we know he's capable of, would also be in that first place spot. So we're going to have to keep a very sharp eye on that top 5. You can see right now as well, the 50th place marker to automatically qualify in the heats is at 17 points. Can also expect that to slide up, but should be looking just north of 20 to guarantee yourself a spot in next weekend heats and potentially a spot in the grand finals.
My goodness gracious. The stage is set. anyone can pick up the Victory Royale with a handful of eliminations and take the #1 spot on the day. This is as close as it can possibly be. Watch that elimination feed when you're in this next game, Fortnite fam. Every single person, every time they interact with someone else, will make or break their game right here and right now. Let's not forget, Top 50 will move on to Heats next week, next Friday. Make sure you do not miss that because you will want to catch all of that action. Guys, it is time to head into the final game here in NA East of the FNCS. Bring the hype. Let's send it back over to our casters, Bala TW and Aussie Antics. Guys, let's get into it.
It's time, the final game once again, and we've been here so many times, but once again in this season, we seem to have the closest tournaments of pretty much all time. 7 points separates first down to 11th. And so, like the analyst aptly pointed out, Aussie, we need to pay attention to who goes down off spawn and through this mid game because, like we saw in EU, there's certainly going to be turmoil.
Yeah, and every elimination matters. Not even if it takes down a big player, just one of these players being eliminations. We have a big stalemate here. Riversun with the green tack on the other side of the wall. We have this player cooking up the charged shotgun. It's not a peak you want. 159 is enough damage from any charged shotgun, and we have an ultimate stalemate. Riversun has the crash pads. We haven't seen a stalemate like this before. No. Riversun turns. Ooh, and that was it. That's all it took was that little feint to take out the wall, and Riversun shows that he has the ultimate composure. He's someone who's been in pretty tense situations. Don't know if it's ever been like that, barrel to barrel, but Riversun opens this fight up with that little feint on the back wall, and now he's going to try and make his way through. And honestly, it just shows how insane these box fights are, how insane Fortnite Solos is at the top level, and Riversun hits him with a bit of the disrespect in a fight I have not seen happen yet.
Oh my goodness, at least we start off game number 6 with some entertainment on Riversun at the pontoon. And there's a reason for why they're actually holding the charged shotguns there. They're both low mats. They don't want to have to go to an extended box fight or build fight with the situation that they had on hand. So they're just going to charge up on both sides and just wait, essentially, for anything to go down. Stretch all the way on the other side of the map has gotten 1 elim, and we're already down to 80 players, Aussie, so a lot has happened up to this point. Riversun going to move off the pontoon, though, hopefully with a good set of loot, because he definitely is still in contention.
Yeah, the pontoon's got some really good loot at it too, and he can really upset things and jump up there too. He's a player that shows when he gets to endgame, he has that same kind of win condition that Stretch does. He plays so consistently. As Day coming out of Salty looking really, really good now as well. This drop actually for being a POI doesn't have that much at it, but he is looking pretty good. Doesn't have any mobility though, and still only about half full on the map, so he's gonna have to be careful how he plays this mid game because any mistake could cost him his tournament today.
I have been seeing Salty finally get to the spot that it needs to be in terms of making it a viable spot, because for so long, so many people landed there for pretty much no reason given the loot. But one person, it will make that work, and we saw that actually in a couple of the recent tournaments. Here again, potential for Day to continue to rack it up, and no fight off spawn for him. So he is definitely chilling and happy with how this early game is unfolding so far.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good, and Dirty Dog's a good spot with a lot of loot, and Clarity doesn't have that far to go. We're seeing another more southern zone. I think that has been where most of the zones have gone today, so we'll see if it can play into his hands again today.
And don't forget, the two people that we just saw, Clarity and Day, are literally tied for first at the top of the leaderboard in this last game. Making a boat or a coastal rotate. We got another replay. Zephyr was the guy who got second back-to-back, Aussie.
Yeah, he has. Zephyr getting the insane fight right now as well. You got the replay coming out right now. Zephyr's looking really, really good into this fight. I'm going to let you break it down for us, Baller. He does. Never mind. It ends that quickly. We can't even break it down. He hits him with the dance. We're seeing a lot of disrespect coming to his final games. So, I mean, I think a lot of these players is, again, they've been playing solos for a long time today. And again, it's not just about this tournament. It's about tomorrow. But Zep, a player that I'm happy to admit I don't know a lot about. And that's why these official broadcasts are so great. We can really, really focus on these guys.
That we can. And we'll see how he goes and ends this tournament. Zepri has been playing so well. Hopefully that's the correct pronunciation. Trying to read that name and actually get it through. Regardless, over towards the Orchard Glace, we saw him have that 1v1 battle with Zexro earlier on. And certainly has been a player that we've been watching kind of grow, I think, throughout the FNCS, the DreamHacks, all the different broadcasts that we've been paying attention to. But right now, 17 points. What he wants to do is rise up. There's a player in front of him. Could be an extended fight here. Who is this on the other side?
Yeah, I don't know who this is, and Glace looking to make his way in. I have to think maybe Glace changed up. Maybe he didn't even drop Orchard. Maybe he dropped here on the edge, but didn't run into Zexor as he has no eliminations, and he's still alive as it is. Glace versus Sizlucky, someone who's always kind of been around there recently. Sizlucky looking to try and have a big performance here today, and Glace looking to put that against, though. No, Glace doesn't want to. Gets in, and Sizlucky goes down. Glace having a nice, clean box fight on the outside of that box here at Frenzy, and he's looking really good now. 18 points, but again, this could jump him up. They want to hold on to that top 50. I don't know if Glace has already qualified, so a big fight for him. There's these players in the top 60 that are looking like they really can jump up in there.
Yeah, it really is. It's neck and neck all the way down the leaderboards. I mean, if you look at it, it's within one for so many people all the way down. There's four-way ties so many times that anybody getting 1 or 2 eliminations will push them up 10 spots for just 2 points. That's how close it is all the way down. But even at the top, Who Fishy, 1 point behind the 2 players who are tied up at the top, Clarity and Day. So those guys are the 3 that I'm paying attention to, and we need to make sure if they go down, we have to comment on it and pay attention, because that will give us a clue on who is going to win this tournament.
And Who Fishy with an interesting loadout. We've seen a lot today. The very typical AR shotgun, 1 mobility, 2 meds, but Who Fishy has the double mobility, which could play really, really well into his hands if he doesn't take too many tags on this rotate. If he gets hit right now and he goes below 150, he doesn't have enough to top him up to that full nice health. So he's got great rotation. Zone shouldn't be too much of an issue, but he's got to play smart, as there they are. The tags come out, and I just saw a Marauder pack fall right in front of him, which could affect his game as Clicks using the crash bed here. Don't know if maybe that was a bit of a misclick, or he's just really aggressively trying to catch up to this player, as we see this new axolotl skin making its way down the water where it is so comfortable, and Click's not as comfortable now as he gets sprayed in the back and has to turn his attention to someone behind him.
While he chases this, we also get a position, or at least an image of where this zone is going to go. It's going to be Weeping Woods. Click's still chasing. I'm not sure how impactful this is going to be in the grand scheme of things, but we know Clicks will push these fights and take them very strongly, so that he could end the day strongly as well. Hasn't been necessarily having the success that he got in the Booga Cup and a couple of recent tournaments that Clicks has been playing. Obviously the first place from him back then. But in the set lobbies is still where he wants to shine today. Hasn't been that, but right here, right now, he wants to try to see and feel, is there something better I can do in this final game?
Is there something better he can do, or just putting on a show? We know that Clicks loves putting on a show as well. Obviously streams all these tournaments, and right now he's trying to close it down. He doesn't want to go down here though, because that will end the entire performance, as Clicks trying to find his way through only 38 builds. You talked about it, Ball. I don't think this elimination is going to be that impactful. They've used all their mobility right now. They're using all their materials as well. I can't think he's going to gain any more than what he's lost from this fight, except for just having the fight for the sake of it. And Prickly Boy goes down and Clicks takes him out. It's very rare that Clicks will lose those kind of fights, but he might be feeling it, the momentum. It's a scary player to have this kind of momentum, and someone else now sneaking in looking for that loot to try and see what they can kind of gobble up here. But Click still has a lot of the control in the builds around here, and I wouldn't want to be that player if I was them. If I saw the feed, Click's getting elimination, and I heard no shield crack on his part, I would be doing just that and getting out.
And for sure we could see the amount of players that have been lasting throughout all the different stages of the game has gone down drastically, and we're now kind of a little bit of an uptick as we have 77, pretty much on pace with the last 3 games. What does that actually do for the conditions as these players are rotating, especially for those top 3? How does that impact them, Ozzy, going forward? Is this making it easier for them or rougher, especially with the names like Clicks running around?
Is hard. It makes it a little bit easier because that surge isn't coming up, but it also makes it harder because you have to avoid them. If you can stay away from these other players that are picking up the aggression, like we see Zexor here onto Glace. Glace is not avoiding one of these players. Zexor going for this fight. We see Glace and Zexor both under 20 points here, having a very aggressive mid-game fight. So for that reason, it could be argued that it's easier, but as long as you can avoid them, your whole tournament can be thrown in half a second if one of these guys crosses your path and they're feeling a bit emotional or they're feeling a bit aggressive, like Zexor, steam from the ears with a pepper popped, looking to take this fight, but he only has 11 builds. So he can't use that extra speed to try and get on top of this player, because he's going to run out of builds very quickly if he does. He tries to get up there with using very little mats, gets up now, 4 left in the back pocket. Can he take down Glace? This is it. He's now run on fumes, and with that last build, he took it. He pushed Glace down. Maybe Glace is now identified that Zexor has no builds with the way he's positioning, and Glace looking to close it out, using that advantage, and look at the builds. He gets them in, but Zexor jumping back forward through this wall. While this fight not matter as much for that top 5, top 10, it could matter massively for the top 50 qualifications as Glace takes him out and just further secures his top 50 position to go through the heats.
Another Big name for Glace as well, and he gets the last laugh after having that engagement multiple times over at the Orchard. They engage one more time outside of Authority. Here's Stretch, the Day 2 FNCS qualifier winner, and he has finally gotten Caddy Launcher after trying so many times from the start of this. Not necessarily doing what the normal convention is, but ending up going to Caddy instead. 24 points for him, but this could be huge. You give Stretch the tools like this, and I don't think he will disappoint in any sense of fashion, because normally he's out of Misty without this kind of loot at all.
Yeah, I believe he won the game earlier today, so his 24 points have pretty much come almost exclusively for one game when he had this caddy loot, so it's going to shake up that top 4 massively. If Day, Clarity, or Whofishy try to make any play near him in this endgame, if he makes it, but honestly, I think we're used to seeing Stretch just hold on to this loot that he has, knowing the endgame is his win condition. He is playing aggressive, and this is what we talked about. Can you avoid the players like this? Right now, this person was in a beautiful box. They were up outside Authority, right near the edge of zone, in hard mats, but Stretch does not care. He is pushing fights for the sake of them, and is he going to back off? No, he finds this angle and the player predicts it too, wrapping around, and there is a few eyes on this one though. There are 3 players here now. Is Stretch capable of closing it out like he does in endgame in this mid-game fight? Beautiful shot coming through as Cody goes down, someone who is used to having that caddy loot in the back pocket, as it is now Stretch versus Curio, and he just does his shockwave straight through, tries to get in the builds. He's almost in there, but he's not, as Booger picks up an limb in the feed as well, and Stretch just kind of has these builds around this fight now, and he is just having fun with it. He is playing this like a pub right now. This does not look like the round 6 of an FNCS qualifying tournament, but again, for Stretch, you could argue it's not. He is already qualified, so he is just trying to close out this fight, and he does. That is 4 eliminations. Again, does he break the Prodigy curse I talked about earlier? Having over 3 eliminations for 5th zone has meant that that player has never made top 10.
What a stat on that one. I don't think Stretch cares. Like you said, already qualified and already proved that he can win in phases just like this. And when it comes to grand finals, he will be a big contender. There's another fight breaking out, though, on the side of zone. He has plenty of time as that goes all the way very close to him. The player going to get on the wall, but Stretch will back up. Try to pop some of these heals to hold on for time being, but right now he's spending a lot for very little. Who's on the other side? It's Glace again, and Glace will take out 3 big names back to back to back. Says Lucky, then Zexro, and now Stretch. And it feels kind of like this guy is a Kingslayer in some rights. But at the same time, all these kings that we're so used to seeing, Stretch, Clicks, Zexor, all these guys have completely flipped the switch and gone on the deep end because they're W King like madmen in this final game.
They're playing aggressive, and Glace is just taking advantage of that, and there's more on the line for Glace too. He needs to try and qualify. He wants to get up there. He's starting to push towards good cash though as well. Like, he's looking, I'm going to stop talking about top 50. I think he's pushing for prize money today as Clicks also doing the same here on 21. 1 elimination. He's trying to find his way through here. Rockets out, and he rockets himself, but I think there was only damage onto himself. Unfortunately, Clicks, the pressure getting to him a little bit too much here, went for the fight, and that is not how he wanted it to go. I think that was honestly a misclick on the rocket there. I think he was probably going to try and crash pad through there, and it goes to his head, and he goes down clean now on the edge here. We haven't seen any of those big names. Day, Clarity, Whofishy, Reverse, TJ. I have to think they're all still here. I've had keen eyes on that elimination feed, like Baller said, and there's one. Day is down there looking clean on the edge of this one, so they're still in there. They're just hanging pretty and avoiding these fights.
And under the bridge, he'll wait for the time to strike. Jelty as well, 39 points for him. They've accrued that first placement point, so everybody rises together. Kind of negligible in that sense, but we need to spot more. I mean, we just saw Jelty, we just saw Day, who's in first, tied with Clarity, but where is Clarity? Where is Whofishy? Reverse 2K? It's all quiet right now, but depending on where they are and what their situation is, this game takes a very different path, because then it could be a multi-way battle as we get in through this 4th zone and 5th zone into the end game.
And this zone right now around that weeping area is going to cause a bit of upsets. It's just got so many trees in the way, which is cover. But also when you think right now, we've seen those crash pad rotates. They have been everything for a lot of these players. Even the launch pads, they're going to be a lot more difficult through these zones. It's the first time we've seen it. Are they going to be able to adapt their playstyle and just get into that clean position? We need to see where they're positioned, because that, in this kind of zone, is going to mean everything.
We saw Booga actually on top of Miro, which is literally how they are on the standings. By 2 points is what Booga actually has on top of him, and I saw him get an elim in the feed already, so make that 3 going into 4th zone, but they're on top of each other, which means Miro could put an end to that if he so desires. Magnolia is basically right in front of him. That's the box. Miro will go. Booga might attempt to strike. Polarized too. There's so much congestion on the forested side of Weeping Woods. They have to all cross the river, potentially have to spend some mobility here because there's just too much in the way.
There's too much in the way, and there's a lot of players already on that edge too. This is by far, this is like the congested side of this zone, and it's the congested side of next zone they're coming in on. Right now, it is just stacked upon stacked. So you're talking about a Book on top of Miro. There's going to be a lot of players on top of a lot of players. As Polarized drops down, unfortunately with that crash pad, it's a bit of an awkward area. It knocks out the builds, breaks them out, but he comes back around, and the player gets confused. Magnolia is left just dazed after that first shot, doesn't know where he is, and Polarized takes the back wall and gets the elimination, as there is Zep as well. So Zepri is hanging around the edges too. That's our sixth place. So we've had eyes on almost everyone, and there is Clarity, and of course he is positioned in zone, ready to strike, ready for this end game. 2 crash pads, 120 builds. He is looking ready to run this tournament, homeballer.
On the north side, and like if you take the look at the south side where we just were with his former teammate Booga, Miro, and all those players, they were so congested. And on the flip side, the normal side that you would expect to be congested, the north side where most of the people are rotating in from the rest of the map. Of course, this is pretty centered, but nothing for Clarity, which might be a blessing, but it might be a curse too, because the players next to him are all based up very close by, and even a Stink, he's taking a lot of damage from that. That's 4 ticks. He's 20 damage down. Oh, no. All of a sudden, it turns for the worst as Carnage Collapse, with only 4 points, has just taken out one of our players tied for first.
And we had Carnage Collapse has now got less than 120 builds, which is what Clarity had. So Carnage Collapse, I think, had 0 builds. He was hanging behind that half-edited metal wall, and Clarity had no idea he was there, just trying to get out of a stink grenade from Mars, just flips the whole tournament on his head, and that's how quickly this can flip now. Clarity is out, so we're looking for Day, we're looking for Hoofishy, we're looking for Reverse TJ. There is no point separating them right now. This is their tournament, and just like that, Chelsea could do the same. One wrong move and you are gone. Your tournament is over, and Clarity has to sit back and watch and just see what place does he hold on to now, because he has no chance. The story is out of his hands. It is to be written by these players we are watching now with 53 alive.
Out of his hands, Clarity, but Jelty could be in control, except the 5th zone bounces all the way to the other side. Polarized still getting a little W key on in that 5th zone. Gets Rocane. He's right under Jelty, a little bit farther north. Day with the launch pad. He's gone. He's going. He's pretty much found his way to that 5th zone over the trees. Shouldn't be able to get beamed out the sky, but we've seen crazy things. Jelty gonna make this path. Ooh, with shots. 1 tack. We'll take out Presto, and now Jelty rises by 1. That's so close now to the top 3. Jelty, who is outside of the top 5 to start things off, is now in the top 3. And to make that 2 elims to do it, that's so close. TJ was on top of him as well. There's Hoofishy. So in contrast to EU that we saw earlier, all the top players falling, in this game, they're all staying alive.
They're all here, and we even saw Jelty and TJ about to take the same launch pads. They could end up in a very, very similar position on top of each other as these zones close out, though. These players are all going to be on top of each other. Hoofishy looking like he's on top of his game. 1 pepper left, 5 crash pads. He has the loadout so far to close this one out, but he's going to have to hold on to it. Nice little shots coming out. They've just gained their top 50 placements, and again, like you said, Baller, we would mention that as a big, impactful point for the leaderboard, but they're all getting it. It's not a net positive for any of them as Kamari goes down, but that was Hoofishy, and Zepri goes down. That's another player in top 8, so it's really closing out around that top 5 as Hoofishy, that 1 elimination could very well be the difference between him winning today.
That it could. Every single little thing matters. When we get to this end of this game, I'm pretty much certain that we won't be able to call it. It's that close, and that many players are in contention. TJ is still right next to Day, so at least that might be a duel that could go to the finish. Glaze, don't forget, he took out Stretch. We didn't actually touch on that before, but he now has Kit's loot, and he now has the Shockwave launcher to make a statement in this last game.
And 16 rockets, that comes on the back of how aggressive he was before he got it. When you drop Caddy and you get it, and then you hold on to it to endgame, you usually have like maybe, 4 or 5 rockets. We're seeing him with 16 rockets here. That means not only is his game right now, everyone else's game is under threat. That is 16 people or more that he can launch into zone and end their tournament that quickly. This is a very, very volatile weapon. And right now, Glace looking to see if he can put it to use for this first part of the rotate. He is looking good for this entire endgame. So all the big names still here, but Glace is one to watch to see what impact impact he has on this lobby. As no one went down now, it's gone quiet, and here it is, the quiet before the storm. You said we might not even be able to call it. I'm gonna do my best. Yeti goes down here. Glace getting a big elimination just like that. That could so easily be one of our players in the top 5. Illest also picking up an elimination. Keep your eyes glued to that feed. Me and Ball are going to do our best to call it, because this is going to break down and change very quickly.
That it is. Now the wide shot to spot any player who is in contention for this top spot. There's Axpect in the bottom left trying to make his way over the hill, and that is a threat for everybody else. Jelty's still up in this. I see Who Fishy, TJ as well. Not seeing Day. There he is in the center, and he's actually taking a second height position, slightly under Rao. Who's on height? It's DJ in the backside.
And we know who has the caddy launcher. So any of these players on high ground is not the position they probably want to be in, because they're basically minding it. You're just babysitting it until the player with the caddy launcher comes and takes it. As Grazka's in there as well, Polarized. They're all so close, and none of them have gone down. Dub's in this lobby too. So even these players who are a bit down on the leaderboard, we have some big names. TJ's down there. Day making his rotate through the sky. The most dangerous part. He lands though, going for a refresh. Day just not comfortable closing this game out with what he has. He wants the refresh. This is his tournament right here. That unfortunate trade didn't really go in his favor. He has 38 builds, but I like this. I like to see Day being comfortable and being confident to go for those eliminations. He doesn't have what he needs for the end game, and he wants it now. 46 points, as none of those big names have gone down right now. We still have our top 5. Acorn goes down. There's a few names around that top 10, but so far the top 5 is still in this baller.
That's what I think too. Day has a kit, at least he has the RPG to maybe find that impact that you said he so desperately needs. Right now, he's trying to outlast, but also if Who Fishy, if all those other guys start to activate too, Day has to find some eliminations to keep up. He will get TJ. That's 5th place. And now 5 HP, what left with Day? 5 HP, now in the top 22. He has a small shield pusher to use, but cannot take his own tick at all, and only 11 builds remaining.
And Jelty took down Who Fishy. Not only are we seeing all the players in the top 5 here, we're seeing them take each other out of the game right now. So Who Fishy goes down. This is pretty much Reverse and Day here trying to go toe-to-toe. They're both here, and you've seen Reverse not getting the elims, so you have to imagine he's healthier than Day. Day steps out, and no, that's it. That was the Storm tick. He stepped out into Storm, trying to lead with that rocket, and he goes down. Is Reverse still in there? I can't see him, Baller. There he is. No, Reverse is there on the low ground where he shines. Is this Reverse's chance to step out and take the lead? He has qualified for World Cup solos. We know he is a phenomenal solo player. I haven't seen too many pop-off performances. This is his chance today. Furious on the high ground. Grazka's here as well. Grazka now has Kit's mythic shotgun in the back pocket. Riversan falls. All eyes on the feed to see if we see Reverse go down. And that was it. Grazka just took down Reverse with the mythic shotgun. This leaderboard isn't anyone's. We can see another name come out of nowhere, I think. Grazka trying to push up there. I don't think he has what it takes to get into top 5 today, but he's jumping up, Ball. This leaderboard is going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, it is. I really have no clue what's going to happen in this case, but still a big fight. We just basically have to look. Furious with 40 points. He could overtake if he gets the win and a couple of elims too, because as we saw, we had the top 2 fall with not over 50 points. I think potentially we're going to have to wait for this, because this is going to get intense. 1v1v1, and Furious has height with the Kit Shockwave launcher.
Furious dropping down, and now it's shotgun, toe-to-toe. You have to think it is, and Furious does. He comes out on top with Kit's mythic shotgun. It comes out. No, it doesn't. The legendary Shockwave launcher wins. Furious on 47. Is it enough, Baller? He came into that game behind them, but they didn't get that many points. They fell right before that top 10.
Wow, Furious. If there was anything he needed to do, that was going to be it. That was literally the best he could have done. I'm not sure if it overtakes Day. I don't know where he ended in the points, because he ended fast. All of a sudden, he was down. But Furious gets the last, what was it, 3 elims in that game to make the win? So, whoo, boy, that's at least 17 points in one game for Furious. And our FNCS Invitationals champ is striking back and saying, hey, I am still here in the last game.
You think every placement after top 10 is a point, and then he got so many of the eliminations left. He didn't just play out that game safely for the end. He knew he had to have a sprint finish, and a sprint finish he did at the end of the FNCS. So I don't know, Ball. I have absolutely no idea who's going to win this. Last time it was very clear cut. We could almost tell. We're going to have the analyst and Zeke break it down for us to close out today. My name's Aussie Antics. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. We missed Shire there at the very end, but Baller came through in clutch and killed it. Thank you so much, Baller. Thank you, everybody. Any last words, Baller?
No, man, great tournament, fantastic. I'm still holding my fingers. I'm on the edge of my seat. And so we're going to have the reveal with the analysts just now.
Gentlemen, this one's close. This one is close. The 3 of us were sitting in our green room, and every time we were watching this game, watching the elimination feed. Anytime someone made a move, our hearts stopped. We held our breath. This is coming down to the wire. First of all, congratulations for the big victory out. Furious. Great way to end the day. Now, that being said, let's take a look at the final standings and see who holds it. Did Furious pull it out in the end with his 47 points, the victory royale, and his total 4 eliminations? He, in fact, came second.
Wow.
Dang, held on at the very end. He placed 16th and picked up a single elimination, which combined was just enough to move him ahead. So, Day, congratulations. Today, you are our winner with 49 points.
Today
so
was the
close.
day for Day, and it was a day indeed. He was able to just close it out there at the end, and as Monster said, so absurdly close, just a couple of eliminations going a different way. One more player making it in the top 5. It could have been the difference. Only 8 points separating first to 10th down there. Congratulations today. But rounding it out, we have Furious, Reverse 2K, Hufushi as well in the top 3. Let's switch on over now to the top 20. Don't forget, top 50 will be guaranteed in the heats. That's Flopperson, Sentinels, Aspect, Owl FN, Liquid Riverson, Suesuo, Acorn, Claw, FA, Twitter, Ral, FN, and Illust, rounding out our top 20.
Hats off to everyone in the NA East competitors making this such a close tournament, such a close run. I want to give another shout out to Furious, guys. Let's not forget that it is no fluke. A first place in FNCS Solo Invitational as a champion there, and then take second this time around here for the day 3 of the open quals. So showing you guys that he can show up and he can show up big. But here's your 4th page now as we're showing up to that down to 40th placement. These are players that are looking to qual themselves, like we said, to those heats. So all of these games still matter. All of these placements still have significant reasoning into moving in one step closer towards finals here. And that's your last page, Sizz Lucky. The 21-point tie from Tylars, Clicks, Ace, and Sizz Lucky for 50th.
Yeah, and 21 remaining that kind of entry. You must be this tall to ride the ride to make it into the heats and guarantee a shot to play for the grand finals. However, everyone else who is outside and hasn't had a shot yet will still have those series points to fall back on. And of course, tomorrow, one more opportunity to push into the top 50 in the region. Qualifier number 4 will be that last chance before we get into the heats starting on Friday.
Man, absolutely crazy game here coming out of Day. So much consistency coming out from him that led us to this point, right? Even at the very end, knowing exactly what he had to do to just get those extra few points to hold that lead. Just absolutely incredible play from him.
And he had a really solid overall performance. I was going to say solid day, but I'm done with the day puns here. This was his victory royale from earlier on in the session. You can see just working top down, and he did a very good job of making sure he was executing on all of his fights. He's taking a lot of these really close, and the margin for error is so small. We saw him in the last game walking around with just the 5 HP, but making sure he's finding angles, hitting the shots he needs to, cleaning up post-sick there, and getting in on these engagements. He's one of the players we've seen who isn't afraid to dive in when he feels like he has an advantage, and it doesn't always have to just be HP. It can be positional. Just right there, you can see has the flank angle, able to get the pincer down, and the aggressive play was really what enabled him to kind of establish himself farther up the leaderboard than consistently making it into the end games over and over is what pushed him over the top.
What I was noticing about his frags in this just highlight package right here is just box fights, right? He's not even crash padding in or doing anything flashy like that. He's straight taking walls and or hopping into boxes and doing it the old-fashioned way. Just showing that if you put yourself in the right position and if you're confident to steamroll through someone, you're probably going to win those engagements.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's it, Fortnite fam. An incredible day of Fortnite to be had. Now, you can't forget, we're back tomorrow. Same time, same place. So make sure you're here. Don't miss any of it. Fortnite fam, we hope you have a great night. And till tomorrow, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.